You know, sometimes you pick up the phone when you're not supposed to pick up the phone. Pick up the phone.
Larry, this is my first time. This is my first time seeing your face, Larry.
Oh fuck!
Tweak is here. Tweak News is here, everybody. Where's Boon? I can't. Oh, Boon is here. Where's
Motherfucker, I got the fucking.
The anti?
Motherfucker, I got the fucking.
The anti-hit? You got frogs on your head? You got fucking frogs on your head?
Yeah, how's it cracking?
There's a crack in it.
I said, how's it cracking?
How's it cracking? It's alright. I guess. It's alright. It's snowing.
Snowing?
It's snowing.
Damn, it's nice as fuck outside.
Let me flip this. Yo, why the fuck is it summer where you live?
It's nice as shit, huh? It's spring. Yeah, it's spring. Damn, yeah, it's fucking duality of man. Wait, let me get
The duality of man. It's spring in Illinois. I'm pretty sure I'm only like one line of latitude above you. And I am sub-zero tonight.
Only one line of latitude above me?
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Damn, son.
Although I think you're taller. What are you smoking?
Fuck it, this is
Larry, you're a lot thinner than I realized. I've only seen pictures of you. I thought that you would be... I thought you looked a lot different. I think I saw a picture of you when you were young.
My fault.
Are you outside your house?
Damn, you was kid looking?
Say what?
No, I'm at wood.
He's
I'm at wood.
He's a slum. How do I fix it?
Yeah, my wood.
It's really... I tried this with Westy today. Or yesterday, trying to do face cam for the video. And I can't do it. It ended up just being like this.
Yeah.
And Westy was like staring at the camera like, what do I do? It's alright.
Nah, yeah, you gotta get like a little, like one of them fucking...
Tripod.
They got them like mini deck tripods.
Yeah.
Them little short motherfucker. Or you can get two big tripods.
Yeah. Like this. I should just get a sex doll, man.
Probably doesn't want the mini deck.
I should just get a sex doll with a hand. Sex doll with a hand. And she can sit on the bed and record me.
That's, you know, yeah, she could do that.
Shut the fuck up, Tweak.
Hello? Wait, I can't get in this. Hello, Weston.
Fuck you, Westy. Fuck you, Westy. This is my first time seeing Larry's face.
What's going on, Casey? How are you?
I'm alright. Noise. I heard a noise. Every time I turn around, I hear a noise.
Damn, no damn. Huh?
You guys live in... Why is it tropical where you live?
It is not tropical. How tropical is this? All the trees are dead, Casey.
I think your grass
All
is...
the grass is dead.
Look at my view, bro. Look at this. Hold on.
It's black.
It's black?
My screen went black.
Look at my view. It's black.
My Discord is so bugged. It's black. That's fucked up.
I've got a black view.
Yeah, I might have to oh, wait.
We got
That's
the
a
whole
good
we got the whole gang here.
4-panel box logo right there.
Boon's riding on a rectangular skateboard. Not Boon, Westy.
Rectangular skateboard.
Westy's
Oh, yeah.
skateboard is not curved normally. It looked like a trapezoid. Weston Thompson.
Stop.
Westium?
Yeah, it's not.
Westium?
That's not true. Okay,
That's federal. It's a little federal.
No, it's not.
It's a little federal saying my government. Okay, Larry left. Thank God. Larry called me Trill or something and then left. He has to go make pizzas.
Yeah, pizza boy.
Larry the pizza boy. Is this too loud?
Did I cut my hair too short, Casey?
Let me see. Let me see your fucking cabeza. It's black. Tweak News is not like it's black. I can't see your face. I'm Morbius. My delivery is on its way. I'm Michael Morbius. Yeah. I'm Michael Morbius, fam. You couldn't comprehend the amount of morb.
How is Boon today? Hello, Boon.
I heard Booty. I heard his titties are out of control.
Good. Boon. You let your billies out?
My belly's,
His
I mean, I can.
his Richard
No,
Billies.
no, bro.
No, that's a crime, I think.
And yeah, that's what I was about to say. I would never receive anything like that. I would delete you. I would unadd you, Boon.
You got Westy pulling his hair out.
Yeah.
His eyes turn Japanese and he pulls his hair out. Oh. Oh.
We out here Japanese.
I'm feeling a little Japanese today.
Are we Japanese today?
Who the fuck is that?
We out here Japanese. This the CEO.
Who is that man?
The investors.
My food was not delivered.
Boon, Casey, Francis O'Brien,
Oh,
CFOP.
my food was delivered.
Would you get cheese?
I had to get a bowl because housekeeping threw out my bowl. I had to buy a microwave-safe bowl. I think they took it.
Microwave.
I
They
had a
took your bowl case?
Took your bowl?
Yes, they cleaned my room and I'm missing some tobacco and I'm missing my microwave-safe bowl. So I had to buy
Oh,
another.
do you think they smoked your tobacco?
And they did not give me a blanket. They gave me 2 sheets. And then I told him to stop putting his finger against my nose and screaming at me, and he said, "Oh, he'll kick me out."
Who can?
Yeah.
Uh,
So I think he changed his mind, but it's just it's a weird place here, man. But I've got 2. I got a second goddamn bowl that's twice as big
that's good.
for double the amount of pasta intake. Is that Ethan?
No. No sneeze here. I already showed you who's here. It's the CEO.
Who's that?
CEO.
Chief Ethan?
No, that's not Ethan, bro. That's Miles, bro.
Miles Morales?
Yeah.
You're the chief. You're the chief Ethan officer. You're the chief Ethan operator. I can't hear what he's saying. It's all muffles.
You want me to put them closer to them?
Sure.
I like. Cost 2K.
No, just continue speaking.
Who enters?
I've got fake Rob.
Who enters my aura? Who enters my garden? To whom do I have the pleasure? I hear weed coughing, and that's it. I hear
Get out of here.
I hear Jay and Silent Bob giggling. You guys having some Scooby snacks out there?
Shit. Matter.
They're-
What does it?
I don't know what language he's
You
speaking.
said bubble breaths?
Double
You be
breath?
having bubble breath?
Bubble breaths?
Casey, have you ever had bubble breath?
Bubble bread?
No, breath. He said bubble breath. I don't know what he was talking about.
Bubble breath?
Yeah, like, wait, what do you mean bubble breath? Oh, he's talking about like smoking out of a clean pipe.
They throw down my crack, and then I get bubble nuts. Late track around here. Yeah. Great hunting.
Bubble breath.
I ordered 3 pizzas, and they gave me 5 pizzas.
That's sick as fuck. Make sure you didn't pay for them.
I definitely did pay for them. There's no way that they paid for my pizzas.
Yeah,
I can't. Big back, big back, big back.
That's the only way to get it out.
My back is loaded up with Scooby snacks. Scooby snacks. My back is loaded up with Scooby snacks.
I know you want a Scooby snack, Casey.
Scooby snacks. No, I would transcend the simulation, and I would not be able to come back for weeks. I would be so in control of the universe that I would float everywhere that I go, and I would electrocute anyone in my presence. And then I would panic to be like, am I not being human enough? And then everyone around me would start coughing and stomping because I'd be trying to control the environment, and they don't like that.
Yeah, if I had a Scooby snack, I'd probably disturb the fungal biome,
Yeah.
the mycelium network.
That right. Matt knows all about it.
And I don't think Matt understands the mycelium
He
network.
screamed.
Casey.
He yelled. He said, I know about the mycelial network.
Oh, I guess he does then. Sorry, I'm speaking to two.
You're speaking to the chief Ethan
All
operator.
right, have a good one.
They're leaving.
I'm not leaving.
Catch you later.
The CEO's leaving.
What the fuck does he got going on?
All right, bye-bye, Moss.
It's a Saturday. Where the fuck is he going? It's a
He said
Sunday.
he has to go review his portfolio.
Straight out.
Hold it.
He's talking
Get my
about.
camera on.
He's talking about jacking off.
Ew.
He has to go watch some Mia Khalifa. That's the profile he's reviewing.
You see this? Look. K,
I can't see.
D.
Westy, is that what you
Ooh, that's
is that what you look like with your haircut?
Yeah, bro, my hair. You can't see it?
No, your camera's off.
No, his camera's on. It's bad internet. Your hotel internet.
My,
Let me get off the
must be,
Wi-Fi.
must be.
Let me get off the Wi-Fi and I'll use soda.
Your camera's on.
What? Where's my Okay, I have it. I thought I didn't order my Olipop prebiotic cola. Yeah, I did.
You be drinking prebiotic?
Does that mean alive?
No, I don't know. I was just like asking about it. I think that means. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, Weston. But I know that it says on the it says non-GMO prebiotic botanical plant fiber.
They'd be giving you plant fibers.
It'd be making me feel like I'm drinking something that's alive.
Like a Scooby.
Like not a Scooby snack, a Scooby.
I know. Yeah, drink a Scooby.
I'm drinking microbial Scrappy.
Micro Scooby.
Are you guys?
Microbial Scrappy.
That's Boon. Boon's fucking.
Dang.
Boon is swole. Boon, what the fuck? I expected you to be humongous and chubby.
He's built.
I expected Boon to be chubby.
Chubby.
What the hell, Andy? Look, what the fuck?
Boon's built.
Boon looks
built
nuts.
different.
We all look indigenous. Boon.
My CEO.
Boon, what race are you?
Yeah.
I'm American.
I'm Marito.
You're not American. You're like, you sir are Japanese. You look more. You look more
You're
indigenous.
Japanese.
You look more indigenous than we do.
I don't look indigenous. I look like a J boy.
Yeah.
He looks Asian.
Do not look Asian.
You look like you can see really far. You look like you can see very far in the distance. Like if I put the
What the fuck?
if I put the number test where you have to stand at the doctor, you have to stand at the doctor's office and look.
Boone, what are you coughing on?
Nothing.
No, don't say nothing. Do not lie.
I have an arm.
Bro, what is Boone puffing on? Dang, he got that thing.
I know Boone is a savage.
Yeah, he got that thing.
Boone's a fucking man.
You funny as fuck. You know, just the vibes. I feel like Casey trapped in the car.
You feel like Casey trapped in the car?
Yeah, didn't you say that you were trapped in the car?
Shit, I can't do that. Like, that fucks my lungs all up.
I've been trapped in cars many times. Oh yeah, I know what you mean when the guy was jerking off outside. My life is just a series of being trapped in and out of cars.
Isn't everybody's?
Boone, I'm scared of Boone now.
Sorry.
What did Boone do?
Boone has a darker complexion, and he has squinty eyes, but he has thick eyebrows that when he looks mad, it looks like
Said he has squinty eyes.
He looks like when Boone squints and he's mad and his eyebrows go up, he looks like he looks like the guy. He looks like the guy from Shitty Walk on South Park.
Shitty Walk.
Boone looks like a shitty. Boone, you live in the Midwest. No, you live in the West. Westy lives in the Midwest.
I do.
Boone, is this
That, like, Minnesota?
Yeah, like around there.
Yeah, he's close to Chicago. Where Derek is. Tweak, where do you live? We have people in the chat.
We do.
We have 3 people in the chat.
We got chatters.
I don't know how to get more people in the chat. How does that work? Is it if you guys like the video, more people will pop in?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, Boone is like.
I'm on all of my own account.
We have 2 people in the chat. We have Tweak. I guess there has to be a video game going on and face cams. And that's
What
how,
the fuck did the car sound like that? Go boom.
that's how you get more people. I don't want to just hold the phone to the camera all day. I don't like it. And it also feels weird. What about this? Wait.
Wait, get that off. No, don't do that, Casey.
How's it going, everyone? What's going on, everybody? No, we'll just have to like this. Westy's high on some Scooby snacks. I'm the least degenerate person of this group.
Who said that?
I said it.
Damn, that bitch bad. I'm going
What do you mean by
straight.
that, kid?
This is bad, bitch.
Westy, are you going to get a girl's number right now?
You said what?
You said that bitch is bad.
Yeah, I was about to take a left, but then there was a bad bitch, so I had to drive past her.
You're in a car?
Reason. Whoa.
Westy's in a
Bro,
vehicle.
I hate people. For some reason, they pulled
That
up.
is awesome.
Westy, go tell her you
Dude,
think
it was
she.
an old-ass lady.
Tell her you think she's hot. And say, what are you doing today?
No.
Tell her the stuff that I said that got me suspended.
Tell her my Chinese degenerate whose grandfather is this mass train murderer wants to get to know you better.
My murderer Chinese grandfather left.
Your Chinese grandfather immigrated. That's just what his name. So Train was just his name. His name was Train.
What does train have to do with this?
Boon.
Weak news official.
That's right.
What?
I'm crushing up tobacco. We're having like a war council right now. We've got 3 indigenous people smoking tobacco, smoking nicotine. Boon. Somehow
I was gonna say Boon's over there smoking Faza, Scooby.
he's not smoking
I'm
Zyde.
not indigenous.
Boon,
Yes, you are, Boon.
somebody
Let him
put-
tell you. Let him tell you what.
You're indigenous now. We've made you indigenous. Together, we've got like 45% Indian, Native American between us. So
Yeah,
Boon,
something like that. Boone probably has a good little portion,
Boon, your eye,
depending on if he knows or not.
Boon, look at your eyes and tell me you're not English.
They're normal American eye. Every American has eyes
Tell me you're not English. Your eyes are rectangles.
like English. Your eyes are not rectangular.
You look
They are.
more like Taylor Lautner than either of us.
Who's Taylor Lautner?
Jacob from Twilight.
Yeah.
Taylor Lautner.
I don't remember
I'm
Twilight.
gonna hop out of here for a minute, but I might be back in a few.
Go get that girl's number, man.
You funny, Casey. I'm
Was it-
about to.
Tell her
Y'all have a good
tell
one.
her I'm a Leo, born on the 6th.
Yeah, I'll tell her King of the North recommendation.
Salutations from my faraway authority. He has granted me the blessing to come tell you what I'm all about, baby. What's your name?
I like the other day too how we were on the phone or you called, and then after I left the call, it's like I wasn't watching the stream. You told the stream that our call was mediocre. You hung up and you go, well, Discord was mediocre.
I did
That
not.
was so funny. Okay, I'm hopping
I
out of
did
here.
not-
Have a good one. I might be back.
I did not say that, man.
Marcus.
Yes, you did. You immediately after I left, you go, well, the Discord call today was mediocre.
It couldn't have been me, man.
Oh, yeah.
The signal was messed up. It was AI.
Oh, yeah.
AI. Casey, one time you were like, Like Boone said, he's going to bed. He's hiding from the stream.
I don't know.
What does that mean, Casey?
Westy really underperformed today.
He said he's coming back.
Oh yeah, he's got to make up his quota. I'm not paying him nothing for nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna join the call back on my computer. Yeah, my computer's in a web.
Okay. Now Boone's gone.
No, I'm not gone.
Oh.
God.
Fuck. I was almost held accountable. Tweak says that America no, China yes.
American, no. I'm very American, Tweak.
It feels like
I'm so American that, like... What was it, Casey?
at any moment you could break out in full Mandarin and I wouldn't be surprised. I actually have love for China. Sometimes I think Sin is attractive. Sin is Japanese. For the eyes.
Tweak news official.
Yeah, Boone's grandpa was hit by a train or something. We talked about it earlier.
It's about out of the way.
Boone's grandfather drove a train once, I think. That's what he told me.
You want to tell the story, Casey? Is that what you're getting at?
No, we'll wait for we need Westy to react to us live. That's what.
Yeah, you're right.
That's all Westy is the audience. Without Westy, it's like I have no purpose here. Westy's like he's a real Casey fan. And I'm a real Westy fan, but I don't want him to leave and do World of Warcraft when I was trying to save the world. He saved the world. I was like, let's all get together and save the world. And he said, I'm going to go hunt boar in World of Warcraft for like 2 weeks.
Did he really? Did he really do that?
He did.
Or was
no, there was something like that. That orangutan on National Geographic doing stuff live. I think the tweak just called me a monkey. The monkey man is using primitive tools.
Casey, you would just start making logs and pretending to be different people to give you engagement online on your YouTube.
I'm using my toes to type in chat, so that people think I'm popular.
I remember there was one time I was watching the stream, and there's just this one guy. You kept like blocking him or banning whatever, and he would just come back with a new account, and it was so clearly him.
I think that was my mom. My mom does it. My mom's on the Brattleboro chat too.
Oh, it's been a while since I've been in the Brattleboro chat.
It's just the same thing.
Well,
it's all the same shit.
Battle Bureau.
Fuck.
Go ahead, Casey.
No, what did you say? I'm just talking shit. I'm not even here.
It's was hard to say Battle Bureau, but then I got it.
Battle Bureau. Brattleboro.
It's very alliteration.
Do you think that it's my Brattleboro chat? What's the population of your town?
Let me look that up.
One is the population. 12,000?
29,000.
29,000? Can you look up Brattleboro? Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Vermont, right?
Yeah. There's pretty much nowhere else on Earth other than Vermont.
It's surreal.
Westy showed me that today. All I saw was like a road and a park. I didn't see any houses. I didn't see any mountains out there. It's just flat land and then like a Lego. It's like a old version of a Lego set out there in the plains.
You got 12,000.
Okay, so but is my Facebook group more poppin' than your Facebook group for the town?
I don't think my town even has a Facebook group. Let me try and find
That's
it.
what I'm talking about. In my town, we're getting like thousands of people engaging a day on Brattleboro chat. I'm kind of famous. Billie Eilish knows who I am because I stalk her.
That's actually so Casey.
It's so based.
Yeah.
I'm Joe from You, and Billie Eilish is that hot blonde woman from You. And then they have the girl that looks
Yeah,
like
I mean, my what's it called? Like
Maya Angelou.
my area, like my county has a group chat, but not my city doesn't have it, Casey.
Well, what about your school? Do you have like a school Snapchat where they all talk?
Oh my god, that'd be terrible.
You say Boone's titties are out today.
If there was a school Snapchat, I would do exactly what you do, Casey.
I'm taking over if you don't stop bullying homeless people. I'll lay siege to your streets. I will send Boone with his massive titties to come rampage through your bus station, and you will not have a night of rest until I'm finished. And a change is made. Hey, Tweak, I am actually famous in Vermont. So what?
He literally is. Like, I've seen so many people argue with him.
They hate me. I'm infamous, Tweak. I'll tell you what, I went back to my hometown last week for 2 days, and somebody yelled my name out the car, and it was a pretty girl that I'd never seen before. That said, "Hi, Avery."
Yeah.
Hi, Avery.
My school has one, but they wouldn't be able to argue with anybody because it's just a whole bunch of old people.
You should flaming dog poop on their porches. So they have to.
I'm okay, Casey.
So they have to go and then they have to stomp on the fire to get it out, and then they get hit by a train.
Hit it by a train.
They gotta get hit by a train. You had a man beating his for you. That's what you said. That's how famous bro is. You know, man, I'm not gonna lie. I've had people come into the live stream and do that. I've had chatters like that in my past, man. Made me fucking mad. I didn't know what to do. I think I'd have to go back. I remember I was outside, and he kept telling me to take my clothes off. He kept telling me to take my clothes off, man. I didn't like that at all. I thought it was Thrice-Star, but it wasn't.
Oh, damn.
What?
Nothing.
Okay. Why do you make a person mod? I don't need one. I had one. Like, I used to have like 75 viewers average. Now I don't. I don't know what happened. Maybe my energy is off. The things I say is off. But I used to be fed to the algorithm, and I used to have hundreds of people, sometimes thousands of people. And then I had a mod. And then she disappeared. Black Rose, we don't know what happened to you, Black Rose. Let's see if I can do this entire bag of tobacco into smokes.
I bet you can, Casey. You're a very capable individual.
Thank you, man. I did no push-ups today. Because my
Ooh, neither did I,
my titties are getting out of control. I looked in the mirror and decided that I think it's time I do incline push-ups because my lower chest has developed so quickly. I'm walking around with titties. How many?
More pictures.
Nobody is doing push-ups to failure anymore. Yeah, and they're wasting like 6 months in the gym and they're looking exactly the same, doing 5 sets of 12 reps. But I just banged out I can do like 350 push-ups, I think. And that's like, I still feel like I have 100 in the chamber. And I grew massively. This is me without a pump. Crazy.
Well, are you doing push-ups to look different or to get stronger?
Say what?
Are you doing it to look stronger, or like actually, like, do you want it for the look, or are you like trying to like make yourself healthier and get strong?
Probably the second one, but without the emphasis on strong. I think get strong. I think with push-ups there's not really a difference. Like, I guess, like, I mean, even if I was doing negative reps, slowly lowering myself to break more muscle fibers, it's still like that, like, looks versus size thing really only comes in after like 2 years of training, when you're trying to, like, when you're past level 1 Thor and you're trying to get to level 3 Thor. That's when you have to, like, worry about size and strength and, like, making sure the muscle fibers. If you're just doing push-ups, I would say that, but I'll say that my chest has doubled in size and my triceps have kind of kept the same. So I don't like that at all. So I should probably work on triceps more, but I have a dip bar coming. It's delivered. It's down in Randolph.
Oh, sick.
It's only like, probably 15 miles away. So I might take a train down there for $12 and then try to get a ride back. Or I might just go down. Should I just leave this motel and go live out in the woods again?
Wait for it to get warmer. Wait for it to get warmer.
Okay. I trust Boon.
But once it's warmer, Casey, then it really doesn't even matter because you've lived outside for so long. Like, I think you could go back now and be fine, but I just don't like. I think it's better if you just wait for it. Like, it would just be like maybe less than a month for it to warm up a bit.
I know that it's March 5th. No, it's not. It's March 9th, I think. So that's 7 days is the 16th. 7 days is the 23rd. So we have 2 weeks until Aries season. And I do not want to be in this motel during Aries season. How
do you charge your phone out there, Casey?
You don't. You go places and hope that nobody trespasses you, and then eventually some fat white person gets extremely angry for no reason and tries to instigate you into violence. And if you stand stoic and say no, and he feels like he can't destroy your sense of self, then he will lie to the cops. That's usually what happens.
World we live in.
That's pretty much every time that's happened. And then the people that he spewed his garbage to. So whenever he got done being mad, he would go around to different gas stations and places and talk smack about me. And it would go through telephone and spread like a disease. And then all of a sudden the whole town is slightly mad at me for something I didn't even do, just by trying to charge my phone. And then that turns into police trying to hurt me. And then I find out the police was sexually abusing homeless women, and then he shoots me, tries to shoot me, and misses.
What a punk.
Yeah. I don't know if it was, I don't know who it was. I don't know. It could have been someone that watches my YouTube, but I know that like 3 days prior, I got a testimony from a woman that said, yeah, that cop does give bogus charges to homeless women. And then says he'll get them off if they get him off, which is gross. And then a couple of days later, somebody shot at me. Tweak News says, bro is not in the Matrix and blood is not dodging bullets out there. Tweak News is on thin ice, buddy. You're starting to sound like the bad teenagers that we think are retarded, and they love to use the word retarded. Tweak News, I have put some. You're good. I know you're thrown somebody over my shoulder and then hacked his ribs up with a hatchet. I have somebody was choking me in a tent, and I cut my way out of the tent, and then I put my arms around him and then choked him with a tent, and then ran away. I have withstood being arrested several times where they can't put my arms down and they pepper spray me because I just have unwavering retard strength, and they literally can't put my arms down, so they mace me. And I'm like, the whole time I'm just like, I'm not going to cooperate until you talk to me like I'm a normal person. You haven't told me my charge. You haven't said anything to me. I pose no threat to you. Talk to me. I'm right here. Talk to me and stop just yanking at a stranger for no reason. This looks like assault to you. And then pepper spray in my eyes. And then I turns out later, I missed court for bumping into somebody in the hallway. And I got an assault charge. And I missed court for that because I was sick.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
The real story is really crazy. So my neighbor was writing me love letters. I took his love letter and I drew Herbert the pervert on the love letter. And I put, leave me the fuck alone, pedos. And I taped it to my door. So then every week for months, he was calling the police and filing a noise complaint because if the police show up to my apartment, it would have violated my lease. So he was like, we were really pushing the boundary with my strict landlord because she knows that he was full of shit, but she also isn't going to tell them to not show up. So she didn't know what to do. And I was just saying, I don't know what to do either, but I am a certified audio engineer. I know how to soundproof a room. I know how to put the blankets right, and I know how to measure the frequencies and the decibels to make sure that it doesn't cut through the thin walls. So maybe he's hearing me sing because I sing, but then I also said, I'll just give you my phone number and text me a speaker emoji if I'm ever loud so I can readjust, and he didn't want to do that. So then one day I finally got evicted, and even though he had never left his apartment except for once a day, he gets in his Prius and drives around somewhere and comes back 20 minutes later, once a day. So I'm assuming he's going to the co-op or something and getting a coffee every morning. But other than that, he never leaves his apartment ever for the entirety of COVID. He only left his apartment to bitch at me about having friends over and that once a day going out somewhere. So for some reason in the middle of the day when I'm leaving, he gets out and he looks really proud and he stomps in the hallway like he's a big dude, and he's a really tiny schizophrenic man. And I puffed my chest out and I just walked in a straight line, and I said, if he's going to bump into me, that's his problem. But fuck that guy. And then he said, fuck you. And he walked into the house, and then 20 minutes later, the cops are at my door and they charged me with assault before they even saw the footage. So then I had court a couple weeks later. My father was drinking. When my dad drinks, you never know what he's going to do. I'd been ignoring him for 2 years. I never really answered his messages. But those 3 weeks of him being drunk and messaging me and I don't answer really got him angry. So he showed up with the cops and he lied to them that I was suicidal and that they needed to come do a welfare check. But really in his mind, he's like, I need to go conquer that castle. I need to get them in to scare my son to prove that he shouldn't ignore me anymore. Because that hurts my feelings. So the cop showed up and he broke into my apartment, which is illegal. He had maintenance open my apartment and he walked into my room in my own apartment, which is illegal. They have my phone number. They could have just called me.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is the cop wanted to scare me too, and they wanted to see why I have a nice Dodge Magnum outside when I'm living in Section 8. What kind of drugs am I dealing? But I blew up on Dogecoin. God gave me money. So I got the cough, sneezed and coughed in my room, and then the next day I had a 101 fever. I got sick immediately with something, and I had court. So I called them and said, hey, I'm really sick. I swear to God, I'll send you pictures of the thermostat. I will bring the thermostat to you in a couple hours, but I'm really sick, and I don't know if I can walk to court and make it in time anyway. So why don't we just reschedule? Because I figured, it's a small town community. The government works for the people. Everyone cares about people, is what I thought. Fat white woman at the desk gives me the rudest attitude I've had to deal with so far in my journey. And she just won't even tell the people that I'm calling. She's just like giving me shit about it. And I'm trying to tell her, like, I'm sick and young and I don't know what to do. Please help. I didn't even mean to get an assault charge because I didn't really assault the guy. I'm a victim of circumstance. And she won't help, and she hung up on me several times and a bunch of horrible stuff. And I had to get through like 3 different people. And then nobody texted me that when you miss court, you get an arrest warrant and they come kidnap you. Regardless of the charge, if you go to court for a traffic violation and you have to go on the 16th and you miss court on the 16th for just like running a red light, the cops will show up where you are and kidnap you. And in small towns, they'll wait till a Friday to do it. They'll pretend they don't know where you are. And then on Friday, they'll kidnap you so that you can be in jail until Monday. And they have tons of tricks that they do where they try to make you resist by scaring you, by doing things like grabbing your arm really tight off the body cam, like stomping on your feet, like ripping at your clothes when they're searching you, trying to rip your clothes when they're searching you. Just like horrible, disrespectful shit, because if you move your arms or do anything, then they can pile drive you into the tree and accidentally your head gets impaled by a stick. And you die.
Accidentally.
Yeah. So that's what they did to me a lot. They used to just rip me out of cars because I'd be driving somewhere and I didn't have phone service. Didn't know I missed court again for that bumping into somebody in the hallway. Then I had my mother, who suddenly decided I was a monster and the most terrifying person on earth and I was trying to kill her. Filed a restraining order for no reason. Told Grandpa lies. Exaggerated my character to play victim. My mom is somebody that used to say, I'm going to get Grandpa to give me this. I'm going to get Grandpa to buy me this. She really thought she was manipulating her father into giving her money. So in 2022, I called him and said, hey, do you know that my mom thinks that you're stupid? Did you know that my mom thinks you're retarded and she's playing your emotions like an evil witch into sacrificing your money? And he goes, yeah. But I do love your mother like a daughter. So of course I love her. I want to help her. And then he gave me $900. That phone call, he gave me $900. And he said that, look, I'm not rich. I was a banker 25 years ago. I'm now driving a school bus and I drive Uber down in Florida. So I can't really help you. And I said, honestly, Graham, like, I don't expect your help and I don't know how to be polite because I never had a relationship with you because I was raised by a schizophrenic out in the Vermont wilderness. So I didn't know how to talk to a wealthy white man down in Florida. I tried my best, but I just was raised different, and I'm still weird. I still don't know social interaction. I have a bunch of hints about what it should be like from experience, but maybe I have super ADHD. I think the best time I could have met my grandfather would be like the way that it happened, very sporadically, to give him an essence of my character, but not long enough to see my faults. So I'm happy that happened that way. But I don't want them to die like my brother did. So my mom would, she's still doing it. She has a restraining order against me where if I contact her in any way, I could get arrested and go to jail for a long time. So my mom will send people to communicate with me, which is illegal, if I respond to the people that she sends to talk to me. So let's say I'm sitting here, and then Ken shows up at the door, and Ken says, your mom called and wants to talk to you. If I go downstairs to pick up that phone, I'm going to jail. So she's been doing that for years, and I fall for it sometimes. Like sometimes I'm like talking to her for a couple months, and then I go to her house to see her, and then I'm arrested 5 minutes later.
Why does she like that?
Because I think it's a lot of different things. I think narcissism is a demon. I think she's a horrible fucking person. I think that she hides in delusion where she's like the dichotomy of woman. She's living two different lives with two different personalities. And one of them attacks me all the time, and the other one pretends to love me. I think she's suffering, and I think she needs help. And I think that she's a horrible influence, and the closer relationship I have to her, it seems the worse I become. Like I can feel when they're playing at my strings, and I start to change and convert, and then I fix it through meditation, and then they get violent with me. My family. I don't have a single family member that hasn't done something horrible to me. And I'm the only person in my family that has the ability to acknowledge behavior, make a change, and apologize. Nobody else seems to have that ability. They can't recognize their own behavior. If they do recognize their own behavior, they don't care. They don't have their accountability. And they're going down a road where that stuff is getting worse. So they're getting more spiteful, hateful, jealous, angry. So I don't know how to have. They keep dying. I don't know.
I gotta get more water, Casey. I'll be right back.
All right. I forgot the question, but yeah, my mom was. That's what she's doing. I don't care if anybody interrupts me either. Somehow Boon found the Casey emoji. But yeah, my family is getting worse. In my own personal life, because of my ability to use momentum to learn things and grow, it seems like I am miles ahead of their own personal growth. And I do see that my aunt is sort of gaining some social conditioning and she's living more in that world. But I don't think they're active enough to be processing it as much as I am. So I'm ahead of it already. So I really like, my presence is a blessing in the individuation journey. But being around them makes me stagnate and I feel trapped and suffocated by them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Loca. How you been, Loca? We're just hanging out. Boon is getting water. We found out today that Boon has squinty eyes. I think he's indigenous. Or Chinese. Or something. Westy saw a bad bitch and he drove. He said that he was driving home and he purposefully changed his route because he saw a bad bitch. So I said, get her number. Stop stalking this woman. I'm going to follow her. We've all done it. I'll go into stores. Got that awful flu last week. Damn. I forgot where Robbie lives. But I think we got sick in December. I Apparently my family had strep. My
Boon
family...
and Casey.
Oh, they live in Ohio. What's happening, Boon? Fuckle a boogin.
What's your favorite soda, Casey?
My favorite soda?
Yeah, what are you into soda?
I like Pepsi in a can. I like Coke from McDonald's that doesn't have poop particles in it. McDonald's Coke has been proven to have fecal matter at like hundreds of locations. They walked in and got a sample from the soda machine and they checked and it had fucking poop in it.
Why, Casey?
I don't know, but I still drank and ate McDonald's for months. There's evidence suggesting McDonald's might be fucking human meat.
Oh my God, Casey.
Some McDonald's, we're pretty sure, are human meat. People are thinking that you know, in The Walking Dead, where it revealed that they were eating human meat the whole time. I kind of feel like that was a hint about what we're eating.
No, I didn't actually watch. I never finished The Walking Dead.
I didn't finish it either. I don't know about the guy that they go, I'm not your bra. You're excused, and I'm not your bra. I feel like Westy's coming. Hi, everyone hide. Westy with his haircuts arriving. I had a dream that the sun was shining very like bright yellow, and it was like streams of yellow, like cartoony rays of sunshine, like living in the sunlight completely. And then Westy was floating outside my window in the sun.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know.
I seen one of your videos where like the sun was like glittering through all the little tree leaves, and it looked a lot like what you were describing, but there was no Westy.
Yes, that moment, but the sun was a different hue. Like the sun definitely has different hues pretty much every day. But this one, sometimes I have dreams where the sun is so much different in a way I couldn't even imagine. So it's surprising to me. I didn't have a dream about Boon, but when we started doing these calls, I had a dream that I was walking through a labyrinth that looked like the back rooms. And every time I was trying to call people, there were like different groups of kids that I was seeing. In all these different groups of kids, there was a Casey. So there was just another me that was my height, standing with the kids and like looking out at me. So there was a bunch of Caseys in this labyrinth that were leading children through it and protecting them and hanging out with them. And that
I think that when you go back to the forest, your viewership is gonna go back up, Casey. It's a lot more interesting to watch a homeless guy roam the forest than a homeless guy live in a hotel. I mean, I'm having fun like talking to you, but like from a viewer, like, I mean, this really isn't all that entertaining. But watching you like really live out in the wild, that really is good content. That really is very entertaining.
Yeah, it's not for content at all. I'm just hanging out with you guys. I just have it live. I'm not.
But when you go back to the woods, I assume that's when the algorithm is going to pick back up.
I mean, because it has to match a certain frequency, I think. So when the leaves change color, and there will be a lot more motion happening, the algorithm will pick it up. And also, Westy's down to edit videos. Larry's down to edit videos.
Larry looks homeless.
Larry looks homeless. Larry looks like a salamander a little bit.
He has crazy features.
It's not bad. He's not an ugly dude. No Diddy.
No.
No Diddy. But he did not.
Oh,
None of you looked like how I expected you to be.
One time you talked about how you think I have broad shoulders, and I do.
You do have broad shoulders. It looked like you play. I thought you played football, and you do. The whole gang has gotten swole this season.
That's what winter does.
True. We did the winter arc. My plan was supposed to be completely silent on YouTube, except for calls once a night. And then the whole day would have been me working and me working out. And then what ended up happening is I felt like the chaos and anxiety and fear and trauma and all the things clouding the people's minds here was attacking me. So I was just fighting and rocking back and forth, feeling a lot of pain, and I was like reharmonizing and then smoking and singing for weeks. And then to get me through it, I got to watch the entire Harry Potter series, most of the MCU, Morbius, all the Lord of the Rings movies, all of the Fantastic Beasts series. I watched the entire Office. I watched the whole Office series here. So I watched probably the decades worth of the best human creation for film.
Media.
And I also went to Harry Potter is literally it's about a school of magic, but it also is a school of magic. Like I got to learn about how J.K. Rowling and the director felt the energies of the characters were. Like they purposefully made Harry a Leo 4/11 for a reason. So Harry's energy as an 11 life path, born on a 4-day, as a Leo, I got to see how they set up the scenes with the characters, and I got to see it during Aquarius season where the energy was most heightened, so I got to see the power dynamics. And then I was also going against Hank's community of white losers that live in caves. Prejudiced white cave losers.
Somebody in the chat said, your stream went out yesterday when I was here. Did you get any resolve with the hotel guy that was giving you a hard time?
I don't know. I chose not to try to fight him at the end. But he's obviously got a lot of problems, and he seems demonic to me. To acknowledge behavior, make a change, and apologize. Nobody else does seem to have that. I'll mute Boon for a second.
No, I was looking through the chat. I was trying to listen to your YouTube thing.
Yeah. I got you. Hold on. So I went back down there because he came at me, so I went down there just to talk to him because I was like, I have to set a good example. And then when he screams at me, hopefully there will be some type of power shift where he realizes how he was being, and then the excess darkness that was destroying him will come to me so that I can manage it and that I know how to use it in a way that's actually productive. And it's not just like fighting people for power for no reason. When I get the power, I feel like it just houses my song better. Like I'm naturally confident, and to me, confidence is dark. So that's what I always felt like he was trying to take that away from me. So I was arguing with him there, and I just told him basically like, I don't like the way you're talking to me. He was like pretending like he wasn't. He was pretending that he didn't do anything wrong. He's a very sneaky, snarky, scheming guy. Thanks, Loka. So he was saying shit like, so there's my window's open, my neighbor's window's open, the window after my neighbor's open, the window after that person's open. But he said somebody called him about my window being open, so he came and slammed on my door to tell me my window was open and that I need to close it. What are you, smoking in here? And I went off on him. I said, how would you like it if I said, go get me a blanket? And he was like, and then he said, actually, I need you to move your room. And I said, why? Because you need to exert your power over me? And he said, no, I really have somebody coming. I said, then find somebody else. And then he was trying to knock on the neighbor's door. And I stood outside the door and just waited there. And he was like, go back in your room. I said, do I have to? I want to see how you treat her. If you treat, I said, I want to see if you treat her any differently. And he slammed on my door. He went, hey, is your window open? Oh, okay, have a good day. And I said, that's a big difference, buddy. And then he walked away. And then I said, hey, do you know what respect means? And he said, no. I said, I didn't think so. So I guess he went downstairs and he threw a temper tantrum and he tried to get all of the housekeepers mad at me. He was like bitching about me for like an hour. So I walked around and took a video of all the windows. He saw me through the camera showing off all the windows that are open. Then I came back in and hung out for a little bit. Eventually I went to talk to him, just to say, like, hey, I don't want any problems with you. And he said, I don't want any problems with you. I said, yes, but the way you speak to me is wrong. And many people don't like the way you're talking to them. And you seem to talk to some people a lot differently than you talk to others. So a lot of people feel singled out. And he was interrupting me the whole time going, no. Somebody called me and told me your window was open. So I went up there and I said, are you smoking? And you said, no, you like the fresh air. So I know now you like the fresh air. So I won't do it. And I'm like, okay, cool. But when you point at people and all this stuff and you threaten people, and he's like, no, I'm saying, you threaten people out there. I'm just telling you, my little brother froze to death 2 weeks ago. He was homeless. So I said that you threaten to kick people out all the time, and you keep these homeless people who have PTSD scared. You scare them. You get in their face and point and scream at them, and they're just getting out of the forest where they have to fight for their life. And he goes, I didn't know that. And I said, yeah, so just telling you, because he kept trying to say, because he like, the dichotomy of Ken, he's just a fucking sneaky prick asshole. And then he like sneaks in I didn't know about that. I think that he has a distorted view of American society. That's what I would say, is that he's like got the bad parts of the culture, like the things that are coming through his mind when he's trying to figure out how to say his English words. I think the culture that he picked up is just from these homeless people that are demonic, addicted to heroin. So the things that he says to me, he's like jabbing me the way that they probably jab at him, and he thinks that that's what our culture is like. I don't think he's ever met somebody like me. He's met the homeless community. So he didn't. I just said, basically, the people that you kick out, they die. And he was like, what? And I was like, they die. They freeze to death. He kicked somebody out who had frostbite and her fucking toes fell off because she was living in a car down the road. And he kicked her out. Who knows why? He gets mad at me because my bedding's wrong, or my trash is a little different, or he thinks that I'm smoking in here because my window's open. And he was mad about the condition of my microwave.
You smoke. I've seen clips of you where you turn in your bathtub and just sit there and smoke.
What are you talking about? The only way that he would think that I was smoking or something is I don't see why he would think I'm smoking. How would he think that I would be smoking? Why do you think that he would think that? Because I go outside and I give out cigarettes to people. It must be that, I would turn the shower on and I would listen to music in my headphones a lot. So he might have saw the water pressure. Like, for some reason, he might have like an automated system, but The problem with these motels, man, is it's so easy to put a camera because they already have a system of 200 cameras that's all automated and you can check on your phone. So if you're buying in bulk cameras from Alibaba and you're making $20,000 a day, he might have rooms specifically for the hot girls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. So, but he'd never be able to tell me that. He would never tell me that this room might have a camera because he'd get in a lot of trouble. My phone just died. So I'm thinking that dramatic irony where the audience knows something the character doesn't. That dramatic irony might be eating him alive. Where he knows something I don't, like there's a camera. Look, I'm not terrible. I have $80. I have a guitar being delivered. I got a $400 for my brother. I got a $400 donation from Heather, and I used it on a guitar. I used it on a guitar strap. I used it on the most of it, like 130, went to a pull-up and dip bar. So now I can work out all day the way I was like, I kept getting trespassed from places trying to do that. Now I have one that folds up that I can carry with me. So I have $80 left. I don't know. I think maybe that could be train tickets to if I want to leave this place and go somewhere else. It's like $18 to get back to my hometown. It's like $12 to get back to Vivek's cabin. So I know on the 26th or something, they're gonna charge my phone again for the cell service. I bought ChatGPT and I have Walmart delivery, so that's $30. But hopefully I will cancel that at some point once I'm out of food stamps for this month. And then I think about the other thing. Tried to work at FedEx. I applied several times. They never got back to me. There is a FedEx available 50 miles east, but it's not a place I can leave anything at all. Like if I had a camper or a car or a storage unit, I might be able to buy a storage unit and live in that and get an e-bike, maybe through Capstone. Then I could live in Burlington again, and I could save up and get a motorcycle and then travel. I want a Subaru. The computers that I'm looking at are like $2,000 plus. The dog that I want is like $2,000. If I were to get a dog, I'd get a Cane Corso, and then I would get a fluffy, medium-sized dog so that I have something that can protect us and then something that can make us happy. When me and my protected dog friend are running around, it'll give the protective dog purpose, and so we won't be bored. And then I want that stray cat to give to my dad probably after my adventures. And then it's just my music studio. Oh, also a big chunk of my money went to this protein powder. And then that's pretty much it. So I have $80, and then I bought Domino's twice because they had that $9.99 for as many toppings as you want. So I bought like $40 pizzas for $15 each. Yeah, I'm just letting it charge for a second. It's still at 1%, but I think I left it long enough that it won't die on me. It'll just stay at 1%. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cigarettes. We're just gonna do the whole thing tonight while I'm sitting here because it's letting me focus, man. So that's where I'm at. I clicked Walmart instead of Discord. But as far as achievements go, I mean, I didn't know that I was capable of doing 600 push-ups in a day, and I did do that. I'd never done, like, the most that I'd ever done was 50 in a row. And then here, I did, I think, what was the most I did in one set? I think it was like 85, 90, which is unheard of for someone that I don't work out. Okay, now my other phone's at 15%, but I have, I can figure that out. I can figure that out, friends and family. There are things in the works. I think that God is doing stuff. It's not what I thought, like, when I think about Casey, I think about someone that's traveling in the content space, and I'm doing things like I Show Speed is traveling the world, but with my own Casey style. Like, the live stream community has not seen what Casey does, the way that I would do it.
Okay, there we go. Hey, Casey.
What up, Boon? Booner. The Boon Cave.
Dude, the Boon Cave. I sent you that picture of the heater, so you can see the heater, not so you can leak me in the group chat. It's called the Goon Squad.
He's chilling in the Boon Cave. Boon, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know how to. I didn't have a funny response. I couldn't think of anything funny, so I sent it to the group to see if they had anything funny to say about it. I was like, Boon has now showed me, Boon, in the middle of, on a Saturday evening, Boon has showed me, no, it was a Saturday morning at 7 in the morning. Boon has shown, or was it this morning? I think it was this morning.
Yeah, it was 7:30 this morning. Yeah, it was this morning.
At 7:30 this morning, Boon showed me a dark room with nothing but a chair and a Mr. Buddy heater. And the Mr. Buddy heater, the flame was on, but it was out of propane.
Yes.
So he showed me a lit Mr. Buddy heater with no propane in it, in a dark room.
It was very cold.
I could tell. Okay.
No propane.
No propane in it. Someone who called you sensitive?
Oh, I called someone else sensitive, and then they wrote that.
They said sensitable.
It was very. Yeah. I think they're Indian or something, and I think they have very bad English.
Whoa, Boon, do you want to make a short film right now? Do you want to write?
How?
Do you want to write? We just say scenes, and we just keep the scenes going. Like if I said,
all right, yeah,
I see like a dark cityscape, but it's like the outskirts of the city, so it's all those brick buildings, and it looks like just after a storm, so the roads are wet, and it's damp, and it's dark with the city lights fading out in the distance, but the street lights causing some of the, you know, like the old neon lights, but the clouds are not, it's not rain clouds, so the sky is cleared up a little bit, so you can see like the blue of the stars above the clouds, and let's say it's like an August, like late summer, early fall, more like late summer, like late July in the city. Now, the camera is showing the brick buildings in the windows and the reflection of the lights against the windows, and the camera pans down from the top of the brick buildings down to the city street. And what do we see?
We see Casey.
Okay.
And he's arguing with two people who, if you just They just hate him. And all he's trying to do is strike his throat. They both have sticks. Yeah, they both have sticks with thorns on it. And when Casey looks at the sticks, the thorns, they just shrivel up and fall off. And they get very scared about this. I don't know what else. I don't know.
You're saying that I'm arguing with people, and the people have sticks with thorns on them, and I looked at the sticks, and the thorns fell off?
Yeah, because you're just so intimidating.
Okay. So I was like getting jumped by people in like a city because they thought that I was a homeless guy.
Yeah, they're depressed. Yeah.
And then they had, that's really cool because do you know about Irish culture?
No.
So Irish people have blackthorn, and they used to do something called Irish stick fighting, where they would fight with sticks with thorns on them.
Sounds awesome.
The guy that choked me out in the tent taught me how to do it. He traveled the world, and he taught me how to stick fight. The way you hold it, and you thwack it at people, and you freestyle in any way, and you have to walk around a circle. So to train to do stick fighting, you have to just walk around that circle and imagine the center point of the circle, because while you're thwacking each other with the sticks, you have to walk around the circle. So me scaring the Irish out of them, I scared the thorn off of their sticks. I took the Irish part.
Yeah.
I just scared the Irish away from them. Do the thorns float like when they fall off? Because that's like that's like telepathy. Do the thorns float, and that's what scares them? Is that they go to hit me with these thorny sticks?
Thinking more like you look at it in like maybe not the thorns shrivel up a bit, but the stick shrivels up. Yeah, and the thorns come off of it, and they you can control them like nanobots, and you send them at them in a wave, and they prick into them. I don't know, something like that.
Okay, like the have you seen Thor 2? The second one?
No, wait, yeah, I think I have it. Yeah.
Have you seen like Event Age of Ultron?
I can look it up. I can look up the scheme.
No, it's just the way that they have the design with the spiritual stuff, like the essence of the AI. It looks like a bunch of a bunch of particles that look like this smoky fluid that moves around. So you're saying that I convert the molecules of the stick into something that's floating and movable. So they come to jump me, and I just stare at them, and then their stick melts away into this moving smoke, this wisp of gross black smoky water.
No, you take the Irish out of the stick is gone. That represents their nastiness. You're killing all of that. And you're taking the Irish out of them, and you use the thorns. The thorns are all floating there like a wall. And the tips are all pointing in the same direction. You swing your arm, and the wall of thorns, it all pushes into them. They run away, because the thorn. They don't want to get pricked. They don't want to get pricked, Casey.
Okay, so how about the thorns are floating? They're frozen in fear. They've never seen anything like this. They don't know what to do. I go with one of my arms, and then it all sticks in them. So they feel it all at once. They're like, oh my, and then they start to run away. And then I swing my arm back, and all the thorns, do the thorns go through them completely, or do they just come back? So I pull it out. Yeah. It comes back and then pinned to a wall. Because it clips all their clothes to the wall. Okay, so they have a bunch of holes, and they're now bleeding out of 60 different pricks out of their body. And then I walk up. Do I even say anything? Or do I just walk away?
Just walk away. You walk away like it was just a minor inconvenience.
I walk away, I snap my fingers, and the thorns burn into, in a second, it goes, and all the thorns poof into smoke, and then they fall from the bricks that they were stuck into, and then they run off. And then I continue walking down this. You sigh, you just sigh, you're really just irritated by this whole event. Yeah, I can tell. I know the feeling. I know how. Where the fuck am I going?
Well, where do you go in your day-to-day life, Casey?
It's just shit I have
Like when
to.
you're back when you were wandering.
It's just shit
You're
I
just aimlessly wandering.
shit I have to do. I'm either coming from somewhere, and I'm trying to go back to my comfort zone, or I'm leaving my comfort zone to go have to do something that will make my life better, or I have to go. No, if I was trying to save somebody, it would have been a lot more intense. So I'm just like pissed off at something, having a
Yeah,
tough.
this was before. This is like just opening. This is before you have any sort of big deal. This is when you're just like a free, like a nomad, just wandering around.
Okay.
We can get through. You have to say something for there's like a goal, but not right now. This is still just opening. We're trying to show
Okay.
them your
So-
day-to-day life.
So there's no big mission.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, so Casey lives as like a bridge dweller, and I'm in a tent in a city for the first time. I'm used to being in the woods, so I don't like all the drama and violence and people. And I'm trying to get back to my, like, let's say it's like an alcove. So let's say this is a cool idea. I had this a while ago. So I live in between two apartment complexes in like just random brick buildings in like New York City, and vines have overtaken the whole alleyway. So to people outside, it looks like it's just a solid wall. But if you like slip one little branch in that wall of vines, and it looks like tree roots and branches, you know, those like creep vines that go up the sides of buildings, it's like that but bigger.
Yeah.
And then so people think it's just like a solid tree, maybe it fell over or something back in the day. But if you move like one little panel, or you move like one little set of roots, there's a really thin entryway. So I like sidestep into that, and then inside the area is like a tiny little garden that's sealed off from people's view from the outside. And there's no windows, and there's like only a little fire escape towards the top that wraps around the other side of the building. So this alleyway is pretty much would be empty and invisible, because nobody can really see what's going on down there. So I'm sitting there, and maybe a stray cat or a stray dog or a skunk or a rat. Yeah, like a skunk or a raccoon or something is there, and I'm feeding it, and I'm just like splitting whatever food I had left. So I'm like trying to. Maybe I stab my
What about a
finger.
platypus?
Not, I wouldn't say a platypus yet. I would say Casey meets a because in my real life, in Casey's real life, Casey's real life is he goes places and there's like one animal that he feeds. Last year, everywhere I went, I fed.
I gotta take a shit, Casey. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hold it so that we can. I don't want to lose it because we really got stuff flowing. I'll try to keep thinking about it.
I'm making Boon process, and he had to upgrade his genetics, and he's eliminating the waste. I made Boon use his mind, and now he has to expel waste. But yeah, so Casey walks down the street on just after a storm in the middle of the night, and it's only lit by the city lights, and then the small blips of the moon coming through the speckled clouds in this outskirts of Boston, maybe. And people try to press him and jump him, and they've got sticks with thorns on them that they ripped off of like an old bush, and they're using those to like thwack at me. So maybe I'm in Dublin or something. Maybe I'm somewhere where it's hard to get guns. And then I wave my hand once, and all the thorns get crushed off of their sticks, and then the thorns float, and I wave them, and they smack right into their face, and then they get another wave, and they're pinned to the wall. And then as I'm walking away, and they're like, "You fucking freak! I always knew you were a fucking freak." And then the other guy's paralyzed and doesn't know what to do because he's never seen anything like this. Or maybe I would have it so it looks like I have superhuman strength, but really it's that I'm moving the thorns very strategically. So it looks like I'm pushing them against the wall, but really I'm moving, like I'm trying to hide telekinetic abilities. And then when I walk away and they think that I floored them because I'm super strong, they look and the thorns were completely pressing their clothes against the wall. And then I snap my fingers and the thorns just burn into flames and leave holes in their shirt. And then they take off running. And then I get into my alleyway, which looks like an old fallen tree in between two apartment buildings. Maybe I hear, right before I get in, I hear a girl arguing or talking on the phone with somebody on the second floor that looks attractive. And she sees me for a split second looking like a bum with like the backpack and the homeless clothes. But not like in the movies where the homeless guy has like the hoodie. I'm talking about like the ripped jacket and the homeless boots with the holes in them, like a real hobo. And then I get into my tree, get to the other side of the vines, and then I take my clothes off. Or just the jacket and the hobo stuff, so I look more like a normal person. And then I've got like an actual pad in there. And then I'm just sitting and like organizing my stuff. And then a skunk comes by and I have to share. I have like just a little tiny bit of food left, like just one chicken breast that I'm cooking. And then I cut it in half and I give the skunk half of what I have and it eats it. And I hang out with the skunk eating the food. And I'm like, I think I'll name you Stella. Where do you live, Stella? And the skunk looks up for a second and then goes back to eating. I'm like, I don't even know if I live here. I don't even know if I'm alive. Do you have any friends? And then the skunk finishes eating and it runs away. And then maybe that girl that was on the phone laughing is now crying at like an abusive boyfriend or something, or maybe her boyfriend's in jail. So I hear that, you know, like Emma Stone, Spider-Man style. Remember The Amazing Spider-Man? That type of like listening into the conversation from below, and she's above, you know, like the uppity has a job, has a life, and then I'm homeless bum feeding the skunks. And then maybe it starts raining again, and I hadn't had a chance to. Okay, I have my scene ready.
Play it on me. What just happened?
So we had the camera pans down into like a violent outskirts of Boston or some type of city. Then we have a group of kids, like teenagers, that have sticks with thorns come at me, and then I wave my arm, and it looks like I'm just really strong. Like they think that I'm pinning them against the wall because I'm just really strong and I'm built, and you couldn't tell through the hoodie how strong I am, or the homeless clothes. But then when I walk away, they look down and realize the thorns from their cane had been stripped off and was pinning them to the wall, and they can't move. And then, so one of the kids goes like, "What the fuck?" And then I snap my fingers, and then the thorns burn, and it burns into it burns their clothes, holes in it. They have to pat it out and run. And then I have maybe like a couple of scenes of me just like walking way too long, and just like trudging through, really tired. In between those two shots, just to show how long I've walked and how I'm tired I am, to emphasize that almost like undead perseverance. You know, like zombies will just walk and not stop because they have trudging, but like unnecessarily, or maybe just to start like just a little bit, and then later we can have it really show off how much I trudge for the focus. But basically, I get to that alleyway with no windows, and it's just like one small fire exit that's probably unsafe, that's like not accessible by somebody's apartment. You know, it's like a hallway fire escape, so nobody can even enter it anyway, so they can't see me. And then before I get to when I'm outside the building, there's like a girl on one of the top floors above, so like let's say the third or fourth story, and she's on the phone laughing and having a really good time on the phone out her fire escape on the front side, or out the window, sitting on the windowsill or sitting on the roof or something. And they're just having fun like kids, and it's really happy and joyful, and they're living in an apartment, and the apartment's got like colored lights. So they're just having a really fun time, whether they're high and partying or whatever they're doing, they're just having a really good, fun time. But it'll be more chill. So maybe it's just like a girl talking on the phone with her friends. and then I pause for a second just to listen for a second. I don't look up at her. I just like pause, and then I look around and sneakily open and slip into the vines, and then on the other side it's a lot more open than you realize, and it's just like a little courtyard area. And let's say I have like an electric propane something, or I light a fire, and I have to take off all my homeless clothes, and you see the blisters on my feet. Or maybe you don't see it fully, but you could just, yeah, I'd sew like a little bit of blister so that and I have to peel the sock off my, okay, yeah, I like that I have to peel the sock off. So it looks like I just did a really long journey. It looks like I'd been gone for a while because I have to peel the sock off and like clean my foot while I'm cooking one single little chicken breast. And then when it's done and it's cooked and I'm really happy, a skunk wanders into the other side. So there's like a pause where I have to be like, oh. So I cut the chicken breast in half, and then I cut that half into little bits, and I throw it out to the skunk. And then the skunk's eating the food, and so the camera's showing that like the skunk is on the left side eating the food, and the camera's below, so like on the ground so it looks like the skunk is like covering half of the frame, and you see me in the background sitting in like my little alcove under the trees in the darkness, trying to make sure nobody sees the fire for the chicken. Yeah. I go, I think I'll name you Stella. Do you have any friends? Do you have any friends? And the skunk just looks up for a second, like, are you going to kill me? And then goes back to eating. Maybe the skunk like drags the food just a little bit away from me as like a fuck you to the conversation. Yeah. So then I sit there and I'm just sitting there watching the skunk, and it's for a lot. It's not like, like in Marvel movies where the scene immediately changes. It's like it's a delay. Like you wouldn't see it in film usually, but you'd see it in real life. Of like a longer than usual shot, not like extremely long, like 5 minutes, but maybe like a 15 seconds of just me sitting there alone in the quiet, listening to the murmuring and watching the skunk eat, and just sitting there with like the same Casey lifeless, I'm struggling through pain, and just staring at it like people blankly stare at YouTube videos. Like the Casey stare, where I just sit there like this for 15 seconds. And then the superhero movie, you hear that girl that I heard before starts crying, and she's having a fight with somebody, or she's talking about how her boyfriend got arrested or something, and she's like begging people for money. That could add to like the homeless part of like, I'm the homeless one, and she was happy because she has an apartment and friends, but now she has to like call someone for money to help get her boyfriend bailed out of jail. So I have to hear some type of problem, which you can make up if you want, whatever problem the girl has that makes it show that actually the life with the skunk isn't as bad as the drama that they have going on. So then it's up to you. Does it rain? Does Casey sleep? Does Casey go back out? Does another animal show up? Does the skunk spray him? I don't think the skunk should spray him, but.
Well, I wouldn't I was really wanting to like make it about like the Irish. I was really wanting to make it an Irish movie.
No, I should. We could put it in Dublin. That's what I was thinking, because it. We swapped the skunk out
for a badger.
That'd be dope. Casey's first.
Badgers are from Ireland.
So badgers are dangerous, right?
Yeah. The badger could help you fight. I mean, the skunk, I could see that like helping you fight too, but that's a little silly. But it's not too silly. Skunks. I don't want to get sprayed by a skunk.
Maybe the badger gets overly aggressive with me, and I get just as aggressive back. Like he expects me to run away, like the kids that he's usually walking down the city streets and he sees kids and he goes, "Arr!" And the kid's like, "Ah!" and run away. Yeah. But with me, I do it back because I'm an animal. I'm like, what? And then he freezes in place scared, and then I cut the chicken and throw him the chicken. And it hits right in front of his face, like really precisely accurate with like an overhand toss, and it lands perfectly. And then I go back to being the bum and watching him. And I'm trying to talk to him, and he like can't, he's mad. That'd be cool. So that means the girl has an Irish accent.
That's hot.
That's hot.
Oh.
Does she have red hair?
Did you say how old the girl was?
Yeah, like it would be I would say like college age. Like she's probably in school.
Okay, alright. So, I don't know. Alright, let's think about this, because it's not like a it's just it's a life problem for her. It's not like she's in a dangerous situation. This is just like showing how bad her life is, right?
Yeah, it should emphasize that they do have an apartment and they do have a fun life where she was partying and having fun. But then it's something that shows the fact that, you know, there's just unnecessary drama and her life sucks. And,
I understand.
Yeah.
To have that good life, or to have those good moments, you have to.
Tommy, like cartoony, to just have her talking about rent. So I was thinking maybe like.
No, I don't think that would be good enough. I don't think that would, I was thinking like a real problem, like her dad's drinking, like or something like that, like a real problem, because not just rent, like that.
I was gonna say her boyfriend's in jail, and she needed bail money.
Yeah.
So she was calling her friend back, maybe the same friend that she called first, and she was having fun with. Now she has to call her back and be like, hey, whoever just called and he's been arrested, he was just like having fun outside, and I guess it got bad, and
got in a fight or whatever.
Yeah, and they got him. Which I could show like the English rebellion. So it's not necessarily a bad thing either, because it could, you know, like people could say like, oh, the bad boyfriend trope. But in Ireland, it's like, no, you're probably in jail because you're mad at England and bureaucracy. There's that rebellious nature to the Irish culture. Or it could be your dad. It could be your dad called her drunk or something, and
yeah.
Maybe she's.
Well, actually, that's from the drinking, because it is in Ireland. We're not going to want to put any negative stereotypes.
Yeah. Is she an American tourist that's studying abroad, or is she an Irish queen that's lived there her whole life? Because I'm the traveler, so I'm new to Ireland.
You said you're new to Ireland?
Yeah, in the story, when Casey travels.
Yeah, I understand. I'm in the story. Okay, yeah, that would work.
In the chat can drop their ideas too. Would be cool.
Have you ever seen what's it called? Have you ever seen Tarzan?
I remember a little bit of it. I can see the love story of it.
Okay.
I remember the musical with the bear. The Bare Necessities. Is that the Jungle Book?
Yeah.
Is that the Jungle Book, or is that Tarzan?
I think it's the Jungle Book.
Probably the Jungle Book.
Yeah.
But I know I can see Tarzan and Jane, I think her name is.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like so like maybe I don't know.
You mean like?
Are we gonna like eventually introduce her?
I don't know, but I like the way that the scene's going so far. I don't know if she's I don't even know. She might not be the love interest. She just might be the person that helps me on the street at some point. You thinking like you want her to be like an Australian studying abroad, so she's also from a different culture?
Well, yeah. Then we could maybe make you like a native Irish person who's just like who almost like secretly defends your Irish settlement, but then she tries to civilize you, and then you just reject it, and then eventually you can basically civilize her to live like how you do, and then she can take care of the more people like. Does that work with you, or are you you're not like that?
You mean like there's a a band of homeless people, like homeless kids that I'm taking care of, and like trying to get motivated, but I don't want them to be.
Kids seems pretty weird. What about more animals, like the badgers? More animals like that.
Okay, so it's like a sort of like Fantastic Beasts, where he's got the suitcase full of animals, but instead it's like I have a garden full of strays.
Yeah. Yes.
And then.
And the strays could be represented of like the homeless people.
Yeah, I mean, I have a story in my life, like in Casey's life, literally. I had a group of runaway kids that I took care of in my own life. So I would put.
Be very careful with that, because that can easily be misinterpreted as kidnapping or grooming. Even like a case, not sexual grooming, but like grooming.
I was protecting them from homeless people that were trying to get them hooked on drugs.
I believe you.
Literally, and by kids I mean 19. So I'm just saying it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
They were runaways, and they were in a youth shelter that's 18 to 25. I called them kids because we are kids. We were kids mentally.
Yeah. I was thinking like grade schoolers.
No, there was no grade school runaways I've ever met. But I did, growing up, I grew up in programs with those kids. And I was like the guy that had to make the jokes because the staff were treating us bad. So I had to like be the leader and like make sure everything was funny. And I was low-key entertaining the kids. I used to play Ed Sheeran with the girls that were on their first day. I'd bring my guitar downstairs and they'd play piano and we would sing. That's happened a couple times in the shelter programs, which is a great story, and I can't wait to write it. But with this, it's just on brand that Casey has a garden full of stray cats and dogs, and he's got to keep the cats away from the dogs, and he's got to keep the dogs away from the cats, and he's got to make sure that the badgers don't hurt the animals. And then maybe I'm like discovering new birds, cause like every episode, if it's like maybe like a 10-part series or like an hour-and-a-half long movie, the birds change every act. So the first act, it's like the black dark birds, and then the occasional cardinal or whatever.
That would be better. I think it'd be better to make this more like a Daredevil type TV show, where like every episode is like an hour long.
I think so too. So we're on the first episode. We've got that. There should be like an intro sequence other than me walking. So there should be like at the start of it, something bigger that hints towards something to see.
Yeah, let's take it a little bit more slow.
Because the complexity versus the simplicity. So there's like some big thing that happens in the intro, and then the very simple interaction with the kids, and then the girl having fun, and then I go in, and then I'm alone, and then the badger doesn't like me, but the badger tolerates me because I fed it. And I also showed the badger a new thing it's never seen before, which is somebody that understands the way that it exists. So I hit it back the same way it hit me, which scared it, but then there's respect.
Before we start talking about scenes, we have to make an actual like story first.
Okay.
Like just a general storyline.
I was just gonna make the whole episode as we go.
Well, is every episode going to be different, or is it going to be like how Daredevil is, and it's going to follow one big storyline? One big story,
and then when that's over, we could do other stories.
What is the story? We're just going to make the story up as we go along?
Yeah, and watch how it all fits into place. Because I guarantee you it'll fit into place if we just keep talking like this. Because already we have something that's like better than Daredevil. We have like we just made like an Irish Daredevil that's interesting. I'm captivated by it. The badger, Casey's lonely, and the badger, and then he tries to be friends with the badger, and then the badger's an animal that doesn't give a fuck. It just wants the food, and then leaves. It just walks away, and then Casey has to like sit there again and just like keep maintaining that, don't get pulled away in homelessness, stay focused, and then the distraction of the heightened emotion of the woman, and then the realization that the dichotomy of like that life is obviously better because this one is wet and cold and lonely, but Casey just fed a badger and he's chilling and doesn't.
No, like eventually we gotta show that it isn't sad and lonely, Casey. It really isn't. It isn't sad and lonely.
Yeah, that's just how it feels.
Once you get the woman to live with you, once you get the woman to be almost with you, then it's awesome. Then there's gonna be like that's gonna be the ultimate win.
That's like episode 8 type shit.
Okay, all right, never mind.
Episode 8 type shit. Unless you want me to go, no, I don't think Casey should go up there and game the woman immediately.
Well, you're right. The woman's part of the story.
Casey's sitting in depression, feeding the skunk after a long day
Right now,
where he got attacked.
Right now, it should look like her life is better.
Yeah, so she's got some type of problem. At the start
But
of
at
it,
the end of the day, not a problem.
at the start of it, she looks happy. She's having fun with somebody. And I can hear her and I listen for a second, then I go in. And then after I'm sitting there for a while and the badger's eating or has gone, maybe her screaming scares the badger away. So she's like mad about something or sad about something or freaking out. And there's something that has to do with like she needs something from somebody else. And the people, she has nobody. So like she was having fun with a bunch of friends. And that for me, I'm like, man, friendship and having a life. But then it's like, an emergency happens where she needs help with rent, help with money, help to bail somebody out of jail. Maybe her dad is in the hospital and she's trying to get a plane ticket or something, or a bus ticket to get across somewhere and she can't, or just something happens and it's listening to her trying to call people and she has nobody, even though she seemed like she was having a party with a bunch of people. She needs something and she has nobody. So she's just as alone as I am. And then, what do you think?
Casey, I like that a lot. But are you gonna have any powers? Like, are you gonna have any powers at all?
I mean, we have that I could just control fire from a distance, and that I moved somehow the thorns got stuck into them when I didn't even touch the thorns. So somehow their sticks lost their thorns, and then it was attached
I want you to have like some connection to the badger. Like I want like badgers have really good like sense of smell.
It's just the wild man.
So what?
It's just the wild man. It's a connection to nature in general, but the badger is good because of the ferocity, because of the anger of what he's doing.
Maybe if the bad like you can have some like connection like that like, in your mind if you can smell the badger smells, something like that. Does that make sense?
Should it be that I slowly achieve the powers over time because of the stresses that I go under for the mission, or should it be that I already have figured out my powers and I'm just not using them as much? So like I have the powers.
You should definitely learn. Like as the story goes on, you should definitely like learn how to use it.
Learn how to use it. Okay. Okay. You talked about being able to. My nose. You talked about my nose being able to connect to nature, and then I'm sneezing. I'm when you sneeze, it's because you're picking up the pollen. Thank you. When you sneeze, it's because foreign molecules get into your nose.
That's weird.
So we started talking about my sense of smell, and then suddenly I think my nose got activated. Okay. So we have the woman that seemingly had the good life turns out to have no loyalty of friends. And Casey tried to build the friendship with the badger, and the badger was too angry at people, but recognized a little bit that Casey was a lot closer to an animal than that badger thought.
And I think that more that you bond with the badger, you can communicate with it. Stuff like that. Not like verbally, but like you can really like if it's trying to like tell you something, you can make out what it's trying to say.
Yeah, I have intuition and empathy to be able to recognize what's in front of me that other people don't. Because there will be this aura of people not being able to recognize who I am because they're prejudice.
Free your mind.
Oh God.
Don't be so shallow.
So Casey's superpower is that he understands what's actually going on. He can see how the badger thinks and feels naturally, and he can see how that woman feels naturally. But everybody else, like the people that attacked him because he was wearing clothes a certain type of way, and maybe the woman in the window ignored him at first because of how he looked. They can't see him, but he can see them.
Okay, you have some just deeper understanding knowledge, that just allows him to see through stuff, and hear through stuff, just because he understands. He's not actually seeing through it. He just understands so much.
Yeah, but it could be that the superhuman part is just that because he's homeless and doesn't have all the stuff going on about all of his anxieties and relationships and everything, he's just on Earth. His superpower is that he's grounded. So he can hear things that the audience can obviously hear because they're following his story, which is just like car doors opening and closing nearby or people walking. But everybody else can't hear those things, so it's like he has superhuman senses, but really he's just not distracted. Yeah, and then maybe slowly over time in the first episode, it seems like a completely normal life. There's that first scene where the thing mysteriously burns on the people's clothes. So there's Casey has fire control, but then it just doesn't show up. And people are like, when is he gonna... I like the scene by scene thing, talking about the theory of it. Let's just go scene by scene. But I would say that later, it's the same way where it's an unusually long amount of time of Casey staring at this badger eating. And it's just a normal, everyday experience. I want that little bit of dragging on past the usual Marvel suspense transitions and typical TV show stuff. An unusually long period. Yeah, fuck. An unusually long period.
This isn't superhero stuff. This is you just happen to have superpower.
Yes, and I don't want it to ever be revealed how. Until maybe very late.
The Irishness, and it has some connection to that badger because the badger's an Irish little figure.
Yeah, I mean the whole theme of Casey's symbolism is the Irish, and then Indigenous, and then Viking, and English.
Maybe the badger could have a green heart on its chest, just naturally have green fur and that shit with a heart on its chest. No, I think that's cool.
It's too out there. It's got to be. I mean, having a maybe the light from the scene is green, so it's like a green hue street light, and the badger has a white heart, but in the light it's green. Instead of the badger randomly has green fur. I want it to be subtle like that, the subtle hint of a creator. So the badger randomly has a small green heart on its fur, but then when he's eating the chicken, the light above it is green. So it looks like the camera shows it looks like a green heart. And you can't see Casey's green heart yet, so you don't really recognize it's just there, and it's there in a way that you can see it, but you don't really associate it with anything yet, because you won't find out until later that Casey's got the green heart tattoo and the Irish clod. So we'll have this sprinkled in, maybe we'll see a girl at as a bank teller, and she's cute, and he's trying to maybe get a MoneyGram order from America, somebody trying to send me money, and the woman that's giving me a hard time, drama with an English accent at a Jewish bank, has the Irish clod ring, and I'm like, that's the clod. And I'm like, but you have an English accent. It's cool that you have the clod ring and you're in Ireland, because you wouldn't expect it. And then she's like, it's not that serious. Just giving me typical city life. It's not that serious. Because I'm talking about big symbolism, like you have an English accent and you're in the only non-Irish bank here, but you have the Irish clod. Is that because you are showing your allegiance? And she's like, no, it's not that serious. I just saw it in the market on the way. I kind of like it being Boston, because Boston is the most Irish part of America, and have the random, like, that would make the badger really weird. Because you wouldn't see a badger in Boston, but you'd see it in Ireland. But either way, I do like the idea of it being Dublin, in an Irish city. But I don't know anything about the culture there, because I've never been. So I wouldn't know how to accurately make the scene. But either way, does Casey go to sleep? So the badger, it's revealed that the badger has the green heart. I don't know how to make the heart green. Do you really want it to be the badger has green fur?
Nah, that's gay. Take it back.
The badger has green fur. I like the light idea. Maybe it's like the girl's light upstairs at the party that was going on has a green, the light changes to green, and then the glow of the light from the building makes the patch of white fur on the badger that's shaped like a heart green. And then it's just a big long thing of me with like the 1,000-mile stare just staring at it. And then I don't know, maybe so there's like a canopy under the fallen tree and the vines, and then hollowed out. So maybe I have like a cot there. So I just like kick my. I've already washed my feet. Listen, I've already fed the badger after cooking. So I just kick my feet. So it's a wide angle of the whole tree canopy where I'm hiding under in the little bit of nature left. And you don't know if it looks like a garden. You don't know what it looks like other than it's dark. And there's like the regular typical lights in the brick buildings in that closed off section. So I just like pick my feet up, turn into the cot, and then I hide. And then maybe it starts raining again. The rain picks up while I do that. And then camera pans up into the darkness of the tree. And then it's another pan where it raises up higher. And then it's the next scene. So where's the next scene? I see yellow. So it's bright. The sun is shining again. It's summer. And it maybe a school, a boarding school, a foster home, like an institute.
No.
An institution.
An orphanage.
An orphanage, like
orphanage.
Like a DCF style institution for kids that were taken from their families. But it's not dreary in the way that you would think. That's cool. That's a really cool contrast. Is that it is like a sad life, dreary life in the orphanage, in the institution, but it's a sunny day.
Casey,
Yeah.
in case my Discord account does get banned, because it happens a lot. Like how I can which one of your Facebook accounts should I message? Like to give you my new account.
I would write down my account on Discord and then just friend request me again. But
Okay.
any of them
I'll do that.
any of them works.
I'll just do that. That's so much smarter.
You can hit up any of them. I'll find it eventually. And then my live stream. Like you can comment on a YouTube post and tell me to check my Facebook and I'll check it. Or you could, I don't know, find Westy or something. I think Westy hits me up more than Larry does. Westy has disappeared again. I thought he said he was coming back. It's now dark.
Yeah.
He left when the sun was out. The last thing he said is that he sees a pretty girl.
Yes, I remember that.
I see a bad bitch. Go get her number. No. Tell her Casey says I'm a Leo, 6 energy, 2 life path. But the 2 isn't feminine.
The 2 isn't feminine?
Yeah, Westy. I said Westy is a 2 life path, but the 2 has secret 11 energy, which I haven't looked into. I just know that numerology says that 2 is the secret 11, but it's a feminine energy. So I've told Westy that, and now when I ask him, he says, I don't know, you say it's like an 11 or something. Because he doesn't want to say I'm a 2, which is the feminine sign. And I don't really know. I haven't looked it up. I don't have any 2s in my life. I mean, the girl I lost my virginity to was born in the 20th, and she was like a queen. She was like a female queen. She was a Libra, red hair, thick as hell. One of the best, probably the best looking girl in town, I think. I'm not gonna lie to you. At the time, I think she was the best looking girl in town.
Where did we live off with the story?
So, very quickly, we have some intro sequence. Then we have the introduction of me, because people are trying to attack the homeless guy with sticks. He pins them to the wall. They think he's just really strong and got him. They look in and realize that the thorns from their sticks on the ground have all fallen off, and they were pressed against their chest and their arms, pinning them to the wall. They're like, what the hell? And then snap my fingers as I'm walking away, and they poof in a burst of fire and then disappear, and all that's left is like the holes that they put into their clothes, and they run off. And then long thing of me walking, establishing shots of the city and it sort of looks like the outskirts of Columbus, but more like Boston-y. Just how I'd imagine Dublin, but the outskirts of Dublin, so like a developmental project with more modernized stuff. It's just like in development, like a project-y place. But there's fields and trees and stuff, and I'm walking through the long, wet, under the streetlights after the storm when the clouds are going, trudging, kind of limping almost, and you don't know why I'm limping, and then you realize that there's blisters on my feet and the socks are like torn up later. But then you get to this alcove and the brick buildings where it looks like a fallen tree with a bunch of creep vines. There's a party going on upstairs, and you hear a girl on the balcony talking shit, having a fun time, out of just like, on drugs or something. Maybe she like laughs, and like the fucking homeless guy's back. Why don't you get a fucking job? I don't answer, whatever. Or just very simple. That's a lot more malicious than it could be. Either way, she's having fun, and then I pause just to listen to the fun, and then I go into my tree alcove, and then shot for me coming in the other side, no diddy, and there's like a section where I have a little house set up inside, and it's not a big place, so it's just enough for my cot, and like hang my clothes on like a branch, hang my jacket on a branch inside, like a root sticking out inside, and I like move my stuff. I like get comfy. I have to sit down, and I'm like depressed. Start the fire. Start the fire for the chicken. My one chicken breast that I had in a little plastic baggie, I pull out of my coat pocket and cook the chicken breast. I don't know, maybe a shot of me stealing the chicken breast before. I don't think so. Maybe later we'll find out that Casey actually steals his chicken. But he just has a chicken breast in the coat pocket, which is like, what the fuck? He's cooking it. He has to peel his sock. I have to peel my socks off. And then it shows in the street light and then the party lights are changing between like green and red and purple or something, green and purple, and making the area lit up differently. And I peel off my socks and there's blisters everywhere and it really hurts, and I have to like take the water from a puddle next to the cot and like try to scrape off the bacteria and the gross rash from walking with the same socks. And then I pull out the new pair of socks from my coat. So I guess maybe I was going to Walmart to get a pair of socks or something, and then I got jumped on the way back.
Yeah.
So I pull out the new socks. Then maybe the intro sequence could be me scared wandering around Walmart or something, and having to steal the socks and steal the one chicken breast. And okay, and then I'm like washing my foot. Then the chicken is done and I'm excited and I'm like, I have a smile, and then the badger shows up, and the badger looks like
he pieces the head.
Yeah, and then the badger just looks angry, hateful, malnourished, like it had just gotten in a big fight. Tough time with the
Like you had.
yeah.
Like you had, but it didn't win.
Yeah, or just survived. And I look at it for a little bit, and then I like, okay, and I cut maybe I don't even say anything. I just look at it and then cut the chicken in half, and I throw half the chicken to it. And then it tries to snarl at me, and I snarl back. And then I throw the chicken to it. So then it was going to walk away, but it hears the plop right in front of its face. So it freezes, and it's like, I have to think about this because I could smell the chicken. What do I do? So he grabs it and starts eating it. He doesn't run away. That's the big thing, is that the animal, there's going to be like a pause where we recognize that we both respect each other in a way that lets the badger not run away. And then while it's eating, I'm just staring at it for a long time. Maybe then I start eating my food a little bit later. I had to eat my chicken the same way, just like with my hands, just chewing at it. And then the girl that was partying is now like upset and trying to call people. And then she's like, why not? Why can't you help? So should it be a love story or should it be a bully? Like, should that woman at the thing be like, you fucking junkie, get the fuck out of the alleyway and go do something with your life? I'm tired of
first, yeah.
Yeah. And then she's on drugs, crackhead vibes, going, I don't know why won't people send me the money? He needs help. He's in jail. We're trying to he needs bail, please.
She talks to you like you're just like,
but she's not talking she's talking on the phone to people, and then nobody will help her. So it turns out she lives in a place that it looked like she was having fun. Turns out her life sucks and she's lonely too. She has no real ones in her life. She has bad people. And then I was saying that then it's like another shot back at the badger eating, and then you can see that there's like a tuft of white fur shaped like a heart, but with the green flashing light of the party above in the window, it shines green, the green reflection of the fur. And then badger maybe I'm like, oh, maybe I'll leave or whatever. And I'm like, for some reason the badger gets scared or angry or something, and it runs away with the rest of the chicken. So then I pause, and then I'm like, and then I lift my legs up that are in pain from the blisters. I put them on my cot, and then I roll over, and I'm curled up cold, and it starts raining again. And then the camera pans up to the darkness of the tree, and then keeps panning up. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you see what I'm talking about? I'll show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it pans up. So this is like the tree. So it shows the darkness of the tree. And then the camera raises above, and then it's the next scene. So that next scene, I was thinking it's going to be bright and during the daytime, and it'll be like summertime vibes. Grass is green, kids playing. But it is an institute. Maybe it could be anything. It could be a school. It could be an institution. We were thinking it could be like a DCF program. So it's like a government program, or like what used to be an asylum. And there are just kids or just staff members walking in, and the kids maybe are trapped because their insurance won't allow them to leave. So they're in like a school setting, but they can't leave because, let's just say, do you want it to be a school? Do you want it to be a program? What is this?
Yeah.
What is this brick building?
I want it to be an orphan.
You want it to be an orphanage? So I would just say a modern, because an orphanage is like, we're making a modern day version of that trope. So it would be like a DCF system.
No, because orphanages are basically like, that's what all those children do.
Yeah, but they don't call them orphanages anymore. They call it being inducted into government custody. So it would be an institution.
Okay.
So it's not like it's not like an orphanage where they're like, you don't get porridge tonight, and you have to go sweep the hardwood floors. Instead, it would be like, take your meds, and your parents haven't called us if they are going to visit you or not. So if they don't call by 2:30, you're going to have to go to group. That same thing, but modernized, which they haven't done yet. That hasn't hit any movie theater that I've seen or any TV show I've seen, by the way. So we'd have that introduction to the main another main character that's sitting in the program.
Yeah, I like that. That sounds good.
Yeah, so it's a nice bright day. The camera shot pans up to like showing the sidewalk to the institution, with like the sign of what it is, like Briarwood. Just Briarwood, maybe. Briarwood. What's another? I don't want to say retreat. I don't want to say rehab center. Home. Maybe it's like corporate, so it could be like the Briarwood Homes.
Rehabilitation.
Say what?
Rehabilitation.
Briarwood Rehab.
Rehabilitation.
Briarwood Center. Maybe
that is rehab. I'm retarded.
Briarwood Center. I mean, like it could be like a double rehab. So like the top, like the second, it's like a group of buildings like the retreat is, and then some of those buildings, it's kind of like a doubled up situation for people weaning off of drugs, and then another floor is the kids that don't have stable home situations and need to be kept in a safe space. But I would just say maybe Briarwood Home Center for youth, Briarwood Youth, Briarwood Haven, Safe Haven. Safe Haven, Briarwood. I like, for some reason, Briarwood keeps coming to my head. Briar Green, the Briar Green. Because Briar is an Irish name. It means a hill.
It is?
Yeah, Briar. Brian means basically like a exalted on a hill with high eminence, and then Briar, like friar. You know what I'm saying? A friar was an Irish. Friar was like an Irish pastor, basically. I think some type of like religious guy. So Briar would be like a hill centered around some type of education. So I would assume like an Irish home for boys. That's just what came to my head, which is really cool. And then in my own personal life, there was a kid named Briar when I lived out in Whitingham, and he was my bully. I used to sleep for lunch, I would hide in my locker, and I would curl up and get in my locker, and I would eat my peanut butter sandwiches. So he found out that I was doing that at lunch, and he would kick my locker with me in it. And it didn't scare me or anything. I didn't really care. I was just happy to be in my little compartment. I didn't care if people thought I was fucking crazy and weird. It didn't even register that I was crazy and weird, because I'm like, they don't understand I'm having fun. But yeah, so yeah. Briar was like a troubled kid from my childhood, so calling it Briarwood.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that fits.
Yeah, that just came to my head, like something like an AI or an angel or something came to that just hit my head, Briar, and now I just unpacked how cool that is. I don't know, but that's what came to my head, Briar. So then they go to the Briar, then it's the typical scene of, the camera's over the kid's shoulder in the classroom or in the program. Should it be like a therapy group where they have to talk about their problems because they're in an institution and that's part of the process? Even if you don't need to, you have to go to the groups, and the groups are like, you have to say one nice thing about your day and say one thing that you're grateful for. And today we're going to talk about dialectical behavioral therapy, and we're going to talk about turtling. Does anybody know what turtling is? And they go, no. And I said, well, when you think of a turtle, you know, everybody has good days and bad days, and life is crazy sometimes, and things can get out of control. So what turtles do, what do turtles do when they're in a dangerous place? Can anyone tell me? And then the girl, you know, people are like depressed. Their family's been taken from them. They're all sunken, hollow faces that they don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. They don't have any, all their friends, their whole life's been taken. So the kids are just like hollow-eyed. They don't know what to do. And then there are the fucking crazies. So one of the crazy girls goes, I know. They hide in their shell. They're like, yes, turtles hide in their shell.
Right.
But it's going to be funny because these kids are like your age. That's like
okay.
that's something you would say to a child, like a 5-year-old. What do turtles do? But to add to the fact that these people can't see beyond the surface, the way Casey saw that badger and saw that girl and saw those kids that came at him were really pussies, pretending. But they're trapped in the pretend world. So this woman, giving the dialectical behavioral therapy on turtles, asked them a question that obviously they know the answer to, and she didn't have to make a show of it, but she's pretending. They're living in the pretend world. And the kids are suffering. So one of the girls goes, I know, turtles go in their shell. And she's like, yes, turtles go in the shell. Like, but these kids are 14 years old, 13, 14. So she's like, yes, when turtles go dangerous things, they creep inside their shell, and it protects them while they wait out whatever danger might be happening. And then when they feel safe, they slowly come back out and then continue on. Can anyone tell me a time when they felt like they had to hide in their shell? Or can anybody name a time where...
Are you talking to them like they're young to show how you have like no social interaction, right? Like no experience with it.
It's not me. It's like a 40, like a funny 40-year-old Irish woman trying to talk to these children who are it's not the Irish woman, it's the English woman. It's going to be a woman with an English accent or an American accent, and she's talking like these kids are children when really they are young. Like 13-year-olds are basically young adults now. They're smart, they're mature, we have technology. Even back then we did, but they're still treating them like they're retarded kids. That sort of condescending tone, do you know what I'm talking about? Like, does anybody know what turtles do when they feel in a dangerous environment? So it's like a little friendly, but it just seems a little bit like unnecessary. But maybe they're trying to do it because they know the kids are sad. Like it's complex. You don't know why exactly they're talking. It just seems odd. Like maybe it's unnecessary, but maybe the teacher's trying to like make it childish because she wants to like help them with their whatever they're going through. You know, like that's kind of caring and loving to make it seem like that. Like that might be nurturing a little bit. To let them be kids because they are living horrible lives where their family's gone and they're in an institution. It's just that's a big different scene, you know what I'm saying? So
No.
I like that. And then turtling, trying to. So it could be it's going to be one of those things where it probably depends on the viewer what they think about that. Is the American teacher talking to the Irish kids being condescending and treating them like kids when they're not? Or is she talking like that because she wants it to seem childish because she's trying to make it lighthearted? and simple, because that's a nicer way, a more comforting way. Like, is she trying to comfort them, or is she trying to let them be kids and talking to them like kids, hoping that it kind of instills how people used to talk to them before their traumas? But either way, one of the prideful girls sticks her hand up and goes, "Hey, it's turtling." Or maybe she's picking on the teacher and goes, "They hide in their shell," because it's obvious that everybody that's 13 years old knows that turtles hide in their shells. So it was just a redundant question and a waste of time. But the reason behind it is that, what's her motivation for it? Why did the teacher say it that way? So then she's like, "Yeah, it's turtling. When turtles feel danger, they curl up into their shell and they hide until they're safe. And then when they feel safe, they poke out and they're like, is it safe? Am I okay?" And then they eventually, once the storm ends or the dangers leave, they come out of their shell and they continue going where they need to go, wherever they're going. And then I guess the staff would say, like, can you guys name any time you feel, or she said, this in DBT, dialectical behavior, we think that we're like turtles, where when we feel unsafe, you can do this thing where you go into your own shell. And then when you feel safe, you can come back out and everything will be okay. Can you guys name a time where turtling might be useful? And then you go around and the kid is like, when there's a fight nearby, and she's like, yeah, when chaotic environments, and what about something else? And then they could say like, yeah, I mean, what do you think, Boon, what do you think is a good example of when you should turtle?
You walk in and your parents having sex.
You walk in on your parents having sex. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? I'd keep it. I'd keep it. I'd throw that in there.
All right, let's keep it.
I'd keep Boon saying, do you want it to be, Boon, do you want this to be your character?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Do you want Boon to be in the institution?
I'll develop a little more, but yeah.
Okay. So Boon is there. Some kids are trying to come up with therapeutic answers about when is a good time to turtle. The know-it-all girl brings up the turtles that are in their shells, and they get to chaotic environments, and then they talk about stresses, and the girl's like, yeah. And then Boon goes, when you walk in on your parents having sex.
Everybody goes quiet.
And she goes, okay. I mean, yeah. I would. I don't know. I might run away. I don't know if the freezing and I don't know. She doesn't know what to say to that because she's trying to teach people to go inside, and that's an obvious running away answer. And she's like, yeah, that could be a time. Anyway, or she doesn't even acknowledge her. She's just like, yeah, that's definitely a time. And anything else? Anybody else? And then, do you want to keep talking? Are you mad at her and are going to talk over her? Or you could say, or this. Or does somebody cut you off and say something that makes everybody laugh that isn't that funny?
Never mind. Yeah, so I just want the whole class to go silent.
Okay,
and then we switch to something else.
The whole class goes silent. And then she's like, okay, does anybody else have anything? And then does somebody have an answer that blows everybody out of the water? Or just like something that actually maybe something that's actually like an actual time to do turtling, to make it like this. All the kids are like, this should be serious, even though it shouldn't be serious at all. Maybe the guy's like, How about when your parents are fighting? And she's like, that would definitely be a good time for people to people to turtle. Would be when when you know your home life, your parents seem to be having an argument and things get kind of crazy. That would be an excellent time to turtle. And they
would have to describe it. You would have to describe it like in great detail.
Like what?
Like it's like his mom gets really drunk and his dad gets like high on meth and then starts beating her.
Okay, I see what you. So you say when you walk in on your parents having sex, and then everyone's like, and she's like, yeah, I guess so. Anything else? And then they're like, how about when your dad smokes meth and beats your mom?
Beats your drunken mom.
How about when you lock your dad out of the door and your dad smokes crack and he comes in and is slamming on the door trying to get in to kill you? And he beats your mom instead. And she's like, 1, I'm very sorry. 2, that would be an excellent time to turtle. I think there's probably there will be definitely other skills we'll work on in the future that you would have to use in that situation. But I think turtling is an excellent answer and is very brave. You know, like trying to care about the kids. And then, do we want to add this? No, I would say that the scene changes quickly because of the original that prolonged skunk. I think if we made it anymore, it would look like it seemed like a live stream where it's just like drawn out of a lot of kids talking about their problems. So that initial, you try to make a joke of it, and then the other guy says something really serious. Like, what did you said? How about when your mom drinks and your dad smokes meth? And
the way you phrased it was better. Like when your dad smokes meth and beats your drunken mom.
Yeah. How about when your dad smokes meth and beats your mother for trying to help you do your laundry and he wanted something else? It's like that would be an excellent time, and that would be it's very brave it would be very brave to turtle during that situation, and there would be definitely other skills that we will go over that you can use as well. How about anybody else? And then like a scene of you looking out do you look out the window pondering that you just want to go outside, but we've already established that if your parents don't call you by 2:30, you're not going to be able to leave. You're not going to be able to leave the locked doors because they'll see the staff walking in and unlocking the door, and then you'll see the door closing, the staff locking it on the inside to show that it's a group, it's an institution where you can't leave, and maybe they tell you before group that, you know, we didn't get a call I know you had a visitation scheduled today at 2:00, but if nobody calls you back, if nobody calls us by 1:30, you won't be able to leave campus. You won't be able to leave. You won't be able to go off grounds. You won't be able to leave the building. And you're like, okay. So then you have to go to group. That's group. And then while they're throwing the ball to each other, the speaking ball, to share instances of when you should turtle, after you make the joke and the other guy says something terrible, you're looking out the window at the outside of like the cars driving by and people walking around, but you're in the locked place. And then let's say there's like it's an old building, so you have to go up at the top of the old wooden stairs on the second floor or the top floor. You have a small room and it's quiet time where I go shift change. So you're in the room, and then the camera's pointed outside the room, and you're sitting there just getting to sit on the bed the same way that I sat on the cot, and they close and lock the door, and they say, today's shift should be a bit longer because we have some delays, and we've got something going on at one of the other houses. So you guys might be in here 45 minutes to an hour and a half, and then we'll be back out for dinner later. Okay? And they're like, okay. And then they say, and everybody goes, okay. And some guy's like, come on. Like, if anybody has to use the bathroom, say it right now. Because I won't be back up for an hour and a half. Because we're going to have delays today because of things we have to do downstairs in the office. And they're like, okay. Don't come knocking if you have to use the bathroom, because we're not going to hear you. Then it's the scene of you in your room, and he locks the door, and then he goes back downstairs, and then you're in your room or the hallway. What happens next after he locks you in the room on a high floor out looking outside? Or just a high floor of this institutional old building. Are you still here? Where did Boon go? I turned into a staff member for a half hour. And now Boon is gone. Maybe his thing got deleted.
What, Casey?
I couldn't hear you.
I was gone. Sorry. I didn't think it was gonna take long.
Damn. What was the last thing you heard?
Something about the kids. What were they doing? The kids were going to bed, and they're like if you need anything, just knock. Like don't come knocking.
No,
don't come knocking.
It's the midday shift change. So you got through groups. Your parents didn't show up. He says, sorry, your parents, it is what it is. And then he tells everybody that shift change is going to be longer than usual because we have delays in paperwork and stuff. So you guys are going to be up here for an hour and a half. And the kid goes, come on. And then he goes, if anyone has to use the bathroom, let me know right now, because I'm not going to be back up. And if you have to go, I'm not going to hear you. So then one guy's like, yeah, I have to go. So then he locks you in your room and then leaves to go let the kid into the bathroom. So you're locked in your room at midday during shift change, and you're on like a high floor, not like a skyscraper, but like the third or fourth floor of a big old brick building, and you're looking out.
Yeah.
Maybe you're looking out, maybe you're not. Just you're in the bed, sitting there, and he locks the door. What do you do next?
Is there anything that I'm like actively trying to do?
Right now, you're in the room. The door is locked. The staff member is taking the kid to the bathroom. So I would just. The only thing that I'm putting in the room is that you have a bed, and the bed is like bolted to the ground, so that you don't move it and don't like pick it up to whip out the window or anything. The bed is bolted, and it's like a shitty mattress, not a full mattress, like barely a twin. It looks like a bigger version of a baby's crib mattress that you're laying on, and the blanket is just one thin blanket, and the room is old, so it's like cold on a summer day. So it's supposed to be nice out. It is nice out, but you're there. The room design, whether you have a roommate, what's outside the window that you can see, that's up to you. What's in the room is up to you. It's your character. I don't know what you do. I don't know what Boon would do locked in the room there.
Well, do I not like the place? Well, I don't understand. It doesn't really seem too bad. I don't know.
I mean, you might like it. So it's up to you. We don't know. We don't know where you came from. We don't know anything about you.
What kind of food do they have there?
What kind of food? I don't know. Dinner is in a couple hours. You're going to be up there for an hour and a half. Dinner is usually like, some days it's just full institution food, like prison food. Some days the staff cook. Like sometimes they like bring in and they cook spaghetti. So
Okay,
you
then I don't like it there.
Okay, you don't like it. And it is cold, even though it's a summer day. You don't have the heat running. So the breeze, but you don't have like a thin stuff. So you could be overheating. You're also on a high story floor. Like I would say a 4th or 5th floor, or maybe a 4th floor, 3rd or 4th. But you're at like a corner room. So there's like your room, and then there's another side of the building that goes this way. So you're at like a corner room, not at the outside corner, like an inside corner. So one half of your view is covered by the wall of that L shape of all the other rooms.
Right. Well, I guess this is when like you would scan back, like there would be like a flashback, right? And then we would like find out like silly little, I don't know, like the information.
Okay,
So it wouldn't be.
So you're just sitting there, bored, and then it like wounds to like the flashback style cloud. So the scene is just a little bit differently shaped to show that it's a daydream memory. Okay. This is cool. It's really cool.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't want it to be like too dark of like a backstory or anything like that.
You don't want it to be too dark.
Yeah.
So it's not like Boon's family was killed.
Well, no, that seems pretty. Yeah, that seems pretty casual.
It's not like Boone's dad raped his mom, and then he had to call the cops to save her.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like sick or nothing.
Okay. So, is it?
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Now, sitting in my room, where late at night, I felt ostracized. So I look in the mirror. I think about the way I look when I hear a loud crash. Suddenly, I run outside to see 3 robbers. I beat them up. And after beating up, they leave. And I open up my parents' door just to see I was too late. Just to see my mom fucking my dad.
No.
I don't know how I could ever live with this. I don't know how I could live with myself. So I had to run away.
Okay.
That's from South Park.
That's from South Park?
Yeah, it's from one of the South Park games. I'm stealing it.
Damn. Is that the gnome? When he's small?
What?
Is that when they shrunk?
No, that's the second one.
Oh, the first one is that you're fighting off robbers and then you open your parents' door and they're having sex?
No, I'm talking about the second. The second one is where you're getting your superhero backstory, and like your big like the big trauma, the thing that makes you want to fight crime is that you see your mom fucking your dad. And you see your dad fucking your mom.
Damn.
And Garvin's like,
damn.
how can you live with this? How could you let this happen? And what's his face is like, everybody on Earth who's ever lived, motherfucked their dad.
I mean, I can see a scene where you're laying in bed and you can hear your parents having sex and it makes you real mad, so you take off and you run away. Because you were tired of
Yeah, that's what happened.
So it wasn't, your parents were, it wasn't a bad life. What was it? What the motivation to run away was that you were tired. You lived in thin walls. Were you in a poor place? Like you were living in squalor, and the rooms were very close together. So
yeah, it was actually a hotel. It was actually a hotel, like you have, and I was sleeping in the bathtub.
Okay, that's fucking crazy. That's dope. That's it. I don't think I'd ever have come up with that in my life. That's cool. I like that. It's a motel program, and you are sleeping in the bathtub in like a makeshift mattress.
Yeah.
Do you have siblings?
No.
It's just you and your parents, and then your parents are like, he's already asleep. Just turn the TV up a little bit.
Yeah.
So then you hear it pretty vivid. Do you try to roll over and put the headphones in, or do you just like sit there and then just spring up and run out?
Just run away.
Okay, so you don't even try to hide the thing. You're just like, it happens so much, what's going on. So you're just like, fuck this.
Wow.
And you just get up and storm out. And then they go, Boon. Do you want to be Boon or Cooper? Cooper? They go, Cooper. She goes, he's like having sex with your mom, and it's uncomfortable, and it's not great experience. And then she hears you get up, and she goes, Cooper, like, come on, or Cooper. And then you slam the door, and then you leave. A shot of you in the motel hallway. You walk down. Where do you go? What happens?
That's fair. Well, I try and live like you, but I just can't do it, Casey. I'm just not built like Casey's, but I'm trying to come back. But they're really angry with me, and they send me off. The government, they send me off to the program.
Did they just like not give a fuck about you?
Yeah.
So they were like, just unnecessary. I don't want any more fucking drama.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the fuck out of here.
Do you know how stressed out we were? And you're like, I don't think you were stressed out at all.
Well, you're having a pretty good time.
Do you even know how long I've been gone? Like, did you even call the cops to look for me? I lived in the woods.
No, just call people.
I lived in. You tell them, like, I've been in the woods for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You didn't even call me. I have service on my phone.
I come back with all sorts of torn clothes and shit.
Yeah. You, like, lived out in the woods just outside the hotel.
Yeah.
Maybe like a montage of you walking around in the forest.
with
This is cool because the audience will think that this is my backstory.
Yeah, you're right.
But then later, I'm there. Later you'll find me. And they're like, fuck, that's not Boon at all. Because you see Boon, you see Cooper trying to live out in the forest. Do you eat from the dumpster?
I eat like squirrels and like cook them like on gas station like fires.
That's sadistic.
It's not sadistic, it's survival.
No, you for what would be acceptable for TV is you with a slingshot or something trying to kill a squirrel. and it runs away.
Okay.
And then you have to steal from the gas station. But you're saying you fucking nail. What do you kill the squirrel with?
I just like step on it.
You like set bait to feed it, and you wait.
Yeah, I give it a Looney Tune, like cartoony trap. Like a stick in a box and with a rope.
Okay, and then you kill it. So we'll say that works.
Yeah.
We'll say a stick with a cardboard box over it, with a string, because you saw it on a cartoon, and then the squirrel goes to eat the food, and then the food is like, I don't know, what the fuck would a squirrel eat for you to catch the squirrel, but you don't eat? Because I'm like, if you have an acorn, okay. So you have a bunch of acorns you gathered, and you're out in the woods with a cardboard box you took from the gas station down the road, and you're outside, deep in the forest. You think it's deep in the forest, because like you went for a while. You're in the forest. You bring the cardboard and the string, and you catch the squirrel. And it's in the box, and it's like scratching at it, gnawing at it.
I don't actually go there. I like it failing and then go get fruit in the gas station.
So you're like hovering over it with your foot, about to stomp this squirrel to death, and then you're like, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Or like a knife, and then you stab it a bunch, and then it turns out the squirrel was just hiding in the corner.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Yeah.
So you have a knife, let's say you're young in this, so it's not like a nice big Bowie knife or like a hunting knife. It's like a knife, like a Swiss Army knife, the pointy part of the Swiss Army knife, like the tiny little one, and you're just like stabbing it a bunch, and then you lift the box up, and the squirrel just takes off. It was just in the corner. Hiding. So then you wander back out into public, and your clothes are messed up because you fell and you're muddy from the mud on the water trying to cross rivers, and you fall in, so your clothes are like muddy and disgusting, and you get to the gas station and you have to walk in, and you're like paranoid, looking around, putting things in your pocket. What do you put in your pocket? What do you steal from the gas station?
Sorry. What you said?
What do you steal from the gas station?
Funyun.
You steal a bag of Funyuns.
Yeah, a big one. And I had it under my puffy winter jacket.
Okay, so it's winter when this happened, and now it's summer when you're in the program. So it was cold out.
Okay, alright.
It was cold out. So you're stuffing. Or are you saying you when you ran away, you grabbed your winter coat before you left the motel?
It was part of the bedding. It was part of the makeshift bedding inside of the bathroom.
Okay, so what?
I just pick up.
Is it spring or summer, winter, fall, when you ran away?
It would probably like mid fall.
Okay. So mid-fall. So maybe when you run. Okay, so the leaves are just falling off the trees. It's not fully.
Yeah.
It's not fully. It's like September, like late September.
Yeah.
Which is cool because that means a year. It's almost a year later that you're in this program.
Alright, yeah.
So, that's okay. Maybe the parents didn't tell anybody that you were in the motel program, so that.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking
maybe that because you ran away and they couldn't find you, the parents weren't eligible for the motel program anymore. So that's why they gave up on you. It's up to you. What do you?
No, I like that. That works.
Okay. I'm just like, why would the parents not take you back? What's their motivation for getting rid of you? It's just they don't care. Because they didn't call the police or anything. So that you know about. You didn't hear anybody yelling, Boon in the forest, and you're right out there. You didn't hear any search parties.
Yeah.
You didn't see any missing persons posters when you went to that gas station to steal food.
Right. Let's say it was a Walmart, because Walmart have missing persons.
Okay, Walmart. Or maybe when you walk into Walmart, you look at the wall hoping that, like, you pass the wall of missing persons and you look at it and you keep walking, and it's obvious that it's a bunch of it's every Walmart that I've been to when they have missing persons posters, it's all little black girls. So it's a wall.
I know, right?
It's a wall.
Crazy.
It's a wall full of little black girls that are missing, and you're not there because you're Chinese, but you're not Chinese. And then you steal one bag of Funyuns and you stuff it in your coat, and then you walk out, and the manager is standing there, and he goes, enjoy the rest of your day. What do you say? He's like mean to you, like he saw you on the camera, but he's not going to do anything. Or maybe he watched you steal it, and then he meets you at the front.
Is it mean to me?
Yeah, like you're looking around. And you put the Funyuns in your coat, and then you go walk. Right. And then when you're at the end, and then maybe the camera zooms out, and you can see like him standing at the camera, and he's like, "What should we do?" And the guy goes, "He's just a kid." But then you're walking, and you decide not to take anything else. Maybe like an instance of you like afraid to like you see someone at the electronics department, like a girl your age, and you're just like standing there afraid people are going to tell that you have like a giant fucking puff sticking out of your coat. So you just like pass and you make eye contact with her for a second, and then you keep walking, and then you get to the front, you get to the entryway. Should the manager grill you and be like, how come you didn't did you get everything you were looking for? And he's like, how come you didn't buy anything? Or should he just be like, enjoy?
Well, okay. What type of environment are we trying to set up here, Casey?
It's Walmart.
Like, well, I mean, no, but like, are we trying to like, is your Brattleboro Walmart where like everybody's aggressive to homeless people?
No, this is your story. You might not even be in the same city that I'm in. We don't know.
I would like to keep the continuity. I would like to keep it in the same place.
Okay, I was saying that maybe the program is in the like every character we've met so far is not from Ireland. Me, and then the girl was like has a different accent than Irish, but the people that jumped me were Irish. So they had an Irish accent. And it's the Briarwood estate, so it's in Ireland. But maybe I was thinking maybe you are not, like you get sent to Ireland.
Okay, all right, yeah, I'm okay with that.
So that could be wherever you're at, because I want it to be like a condescending American guy that's mad at you, even though it's obvious you're stealing food, not because you're a punk kid, but because you were fucking hungry. And
since your story is set in Ireland, right?
In Ireland on a stormy night. Outside.
Like you grew up in Ireland, like from the story?
No.
Okay. Then I guess it'll just be here, and the guy just pays for it. The guy like he talks to me about it, and he just pays for it.
Okay, that's cool. So the guy manager looks in.
No, let's change it to like bread. Let's change it to bread from Funyuns, so okay. It's clear like Funyuns seems like a junk food. If you're gonna steal because like you're starving, you're gonna steal like bread or something.
I mean, you're a kid, so you want Funyuns.
Okay, all right, you're right.
You don't know that bread is. I mean, you might, but for some reason you don't take the bread. You take the Funyuns. That's what I was thinking. Is like Funyuns were probably what you ate or what your parents bought because they're poor, and you get like one bag of Funyuns, or maybe like maybe you have a bag of Funyuns next to you in the bathroom. So you go back because you want the Funyuns that you ate when you used to be in the motel. that's like your comfort food. So if you're like, what am I going to steal? You're like, I'll steal the Funyuns. It's up to you. Do you want to? Getting the bread would make you
Yeah,
seem.
it works. Yeah, I like.
You already tried to catch the squirrel with a trap, so we can tell that your mind is more more thought through, and you're taking better actions. Like, not what 13-year-old's trying to make a cartoon trap to catch a squirrel. So getting the bread would kind of add to the survivor mindset that you have, is that you're trying to prolong the bread. So you think that bread will do better outside. But the Funyuns give the I miss home vibes. The bread is the I'm.
Yeah, but you're right. But I ran away for a reason, so let's do the bread.
Okay, so you take the bread, which makes you seem smarter, because you've already thought through that the bread will prolong you for days, and the bread will fill you up. So you take the bread and you stuff it, and then that impresses. That's the defining trait that shows that the manager sees that. And that's different than you stealing Funyuns. If you stole Funyuns, you'd think you're a punk kid trying to take a bag of snacks. He sees you take bread, which is like, you're only taking bread because you're hungry and you're a child. So he goes, hey,
Right.
He goes, hey, did you find everything you were looking for? And what do you say? And he says it a little angry, like, hey, did you find everything you were looking for?
I scratch the back of my neck all nervously, and I'm like,
Gulp.
I guess so.
Gulp. Yeah.
Yeah, some gay shit.
No. So he goes, well, I saw you took the bread. And just wanted to ask, are you okay? He's like, hey, what did you need the I saw you take the bread. What did you need the bread for?
To eat it.
To eat it? He's like, well, yeah, but are you homeless?
No. America's my home.
Or maybe you shouldn't say, well, are you homeless? And you say, like, well, do you have food at your house? Because you're full of mud. Your clothes are tattered. You look kind of crazy.
Okay.
So he's like trying to figure out, like, are you okay? I just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I like that. That sounds good.
What do you say?
I'm like, yeah. I'm really nervous about it.
You're nervous about it.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. He's like, well, I can't let you take the bread, but I'm going to buy it for you.
Yeah, that works. That works.
Okay. So come with me, and we'll go and just let me see it, and I'll go pay for it right now. Do you want a drink or anything?
No, I'm trying to act. I'm still nervous. So I'm just gonna decline it. I'm gonna act really like scared.
All right. He goes, you sure?
Yeah.
He's like, okay, well, I can't do this for you all the time, but if you need someone, if you whatever you're doing, if you feel unsafe, I can't pay for you every day, but I'm here every Thursday through Sunday on the day shift. My name is, what should his name be? I'm thinking Gregory.
His name should be Chance Wilkins.
Chance Wilkins?
Yeah, and he should be a recurring character.
I'm Chance Wilkins. If you need anything, so you're in the South. If you need anything, I'm Chance Wilkins. Is he Southern? Are you in the South? Is he?
Yeah.
Is this Ireland? Oh no, do you go to Ireland after?
Yeah, I get sent to Ireland.
Okay, so there's like now it's been a while. You're eating the bread outside the Walmart, just sitting there. Do your parents show up and they're drugged out of their mind? looking to buy something from Walmart? Or
Yeah.
so the first time you run into your parents after 3 weeks of being homeless is they're out of their minds on drugs, and yeah, I mean, it's up to you if that's what you want. If not, come up with something else. I don't care. But I was thinking like you're eating that out. You're sitting outside the Walmart and you're eating the bread.
I gotta eat that. I understand. I'll do it.
People in chat are calling me an orangutan. So you see your parents walk out of the car, and I know I've seen so many crackhead interactions. I know exactly the type of yelling and stomping towards the door the mother is doing, and the dad is just trailing behind on drugs, kind of giggly, but also like stressed out and a little embarrassed. Is that the type of vibe you're looking for, or should we do something else? Boon is gone again. Boon be leaving, man. I don't know what he's doing. So we've got the Casey can light things on fire from a distance. We've left Casey sleeping under his tree alcove little home in the side of a mid-city outskirts alleyway of just some regular apartments that are just underwhelming, badly furnished and kept. And there's a regular working class girl, might be in college, that was having a party on the Saturday night, and she was mean to him, talking shit about the homeless guy, knowing he could hear her. And then later on, after he gets all his stuff off, tries to fix the blisters on his feet with the puddle water from the rainstorm that had just happened. You know, he's trying to warm up with a little fire that he's trying to hide from people. And then right when he cooks his chicken, a badger shows up and is really angry and ferocious with him, and he has to do it back. And the badger's like taken aback and frozen, and then Casey cuts half of his chicken, his only half chicken breast, and throws it. Okay, when Boon gets back, I have more lore. A lot of things just clicked for me really quickly. While we wait for Boon, I will... What time is it? 8? Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. This is fucking dope. Would you guys watch this show? I'd watch this show. I'd watch this show multiple times. I'd go back to that scene just to watch it again. After I watched the show the first time, I'd go back. It's fresh. It's new. I want it to happen. I want to make it happen. I want to record Boon stealing from Walmart. And we'll figure that out. Tell me my phone didn't die. No. I don't think Boon is as invested in this as I am. And Westy and Larry are nowhere to be seen. They're gone. 11 likes is crazy. Should I take a shower again? I want to take a bath. You're stomping.
What, Casey?
I hear stomping on the second floor.
I have like messed up bacteria in my stomach, so I take lots of yogurt.
You be drinking these prebiotic sodas?
Oh, not sodas, but I eat lots of activity yogurt. I need lots of Greek yogurt too. I Oh, good.
Boon, do you know that you talk just like my dad?
Really?
Yeah, let me tell you if it sounds like you. My dad used to drive home to my house when we lived at Route 9 West, and we had a bunch of lavender plants on our
Hi, Tommy.
front porch. And when we drove in, my dad would go, "Hey, do you know what color those plants are?" I go, "What?"
What color were the plants?
And he'd go, "Lavender."
Lavender.
Lavender.
Is your dad?
Do you know what they?
Your dad's stoned?
No. He goes, "Do you know what they smell like?" I go, "What?" He goes,
What?
"Lavender. Lavender."
Oh my god.
Lavender. Do you know what that plant's made of?
What?
Lavender. I've been saying that for 20 years. When I would drive around and take girls on dates through the Vermont mountains, and we just drive to different restaurants and parks. And if I saw like, "Hey, do you know what color that rose is?" Red. And then we just keep talking, and then like 12 hours later, we're driving home, and I'm like, "Hey, do you know what color this light is?" Red. Self-amusement, man.
How did we get from this? Let's get back to the story.
Yeah, so when you're at the Walmart, I want me to show up, and that's where I get the chicken. So while you're stealing from
chicken? Okay, that's awesome. Pocketing the chicken.
While you're stealing from Walmart, I am not really so you're panicking about how to steal this bread. And then meanwhile, I stomp past you the way that I stomped before. Because I was perturbed and suffering. Perturbed and suffering as a homeless man. So I walk by you, stealing the bread, and I just keep walking. And then you see me again because you're wandering around trying to pretend like you're looking at things, like you're not used to this. And then you see me just like completely take my fingernail and cut open a thing of chicken, put it in a baggie, seal the baggie, put the chicken in my pocket, and then leave. And I walk out. And then you're trying to follow me out, thinking that I'll get in trouble or something, maybe. Or for whatever reason, you just like follow my lead, and you're trying to get out with me, so it looks like maybe I'll get caught first. And then as I'm leaving, and I leave right before, because you're like right behind me walking out of the Walmart. And then the guy stops you, the manager. So him helping you was a little bit of I don't want this kid to be around that guy. And also I'm going to help this child that just stole. So he gives you the care that I didn't receive as a 24-year-old or whatever, however old I am.
Yeah.
So that guy didn't pay for my stuff, but he pays for yours because you're young. So the last thing you see of me in this scene is you see me walking out the Walmart with my homeless clothes, and then he pays for your food and says, "I'm here for you. You know, if you need someone to talk to, I'm here." You know, like he's putting in extra effort because he saw that situation. So then you're outside and you don't know where to go or what to do. You sit down and start eating one single piece of bread that you fold, and you take little bites out of, like the squirrel that you tried to kill 5 minutes ago in the show. And then your mom shows up, or your dad shows up, your family. Who do you see at the Walmart?
I see my parents.
Okay.
And they grab me by the ear, and then they ship me away to that Ireland school. How can I see you at the Walmart if you're in Ireland?
We have to figure that out.
deported to America.
Does Casey take a trip to Ireland? Does Casey?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're traveling the world.
Does Casey get tired of American society and just leave the country? Does Casey get on a
At the
boat?
same time as I get shipped off because I'm a loser who can't steal properly.
I was just gonna say that you have a reuniting with your parents, and they really don't care at all. Like they talk to you like a normal adult that they don't even like. Where they're just like, yeah, you decided to run away. You see them. Either they come up to you or you come up to them, and you're like, did you guys even? And they're like, oh, what's up, man? Like they're on drugs, so they're chill, whatever. They're just like, what's up? And you're like, did you even look for me? And they're like, I mean, you decided to leave.
Yeah.
You left. That's not on us.
I gotta ship you away, buddy.
They said we gave you a mattress, we gave you a room.
For a mattress and a fucking bathtub.
Yeah, you know that lack of accountability from drug addicts. And
Give you a mattress, and you still ran from us.
no, that would be that's too we want it to be realist. I mean, you could have her freaking out. That would be cool.
Yeah, it would be like a tribute.
Like blaming you. Blame it like you're playing a tribute to my mom, freaking out over nothing.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. This whole thing has been low-key a tribute to me. Like we went through the government program the way that I lived.
Yeah.
But it's your family, bro.
Well, this isn't representative of my family at all. So.
I know. I thought your parents lived in a motel.
They do, but they never made me like sleep in the fucking bathtub.
Okay. So your parents are drug addicts in this story.
Yeah, this is just fictional. I have no problem with you adding to whatever.
Okay, so your parents put the blame. Your dad just doesn't care because he didn't care about fucking your mom in front of you. Fucking disgusting. What a loser. Just so on drugs and lost in his own mind. He has no situational awareness or care for your well-being. Yeah. So your dad's just there. He's out of it. Maybe it's not even your father. It's just like your mom's boyfriend. And
yeah.
Just some guy she met in the motel that you were both living at. And then maybe he put both, now that would be too much. If they put, you were sleeping in the bed with your mom and then she decided to date the guy that lives and then join him into the homeless program. She started to date like her old drug friend and then she moved into the motel with him. Or she moved him into the program or snuck him in. So that's why you were forced to be in the bathroom because originally you were sleeping in the same bed with her, but then she brought in that guy. So they put you in the bathroom and then he fucked her. So you got pissed. Because not only did this loser take your fucking spot with your narcissistic mother, but then they forced you to sit in the bathroom and then they started having sex.
Yeah.
And you left your headphones out in the main room, so you maybe you tried to run the shower at first. Yeah. Like you moved all your stuff out of the bathroom, tried to run the shower. You still heard it, the pounding, so you like fuck this and you left. And she's like, Cooper, and then he just keeps going. So they just keep going. He'll say he'll come back. He just, you know what I'm saying? He'll come back. So then all this happens. So then the next time you see your mom is some insurmountable amount of time later. We don't know if it's the next day or the next week, maybe a 3 weeks later thing. But Walmart scene, panicking, trying to steal the bread. Introduction to seeing Casey. Maybe it's not even like, it's either I'm there and it is like a strong introduction, or maybe I'm just in the background, or maybe it's not even me.
Yeah, it just as an Easter egg. Yeah. Because I think we should meet up when you rescue the people from the orphanage.
I definitely want you to see me out the window wandering. So you're
Okay,
you're
so
you're at least
but, like,
at first.
eventually all the other orphanage kids are gonna leave, right? And then I'm just gonna be staying there. Or
Do you have me? Should we have me coming to sit down? So we have me, and then we have you in the orphanage, and then maybe like a 6 months earlier type or 9 months earlier type situation with the motel and then the Walmart, and then, or do we? Yeah, and then do I come sit down and smoke a cigarette with you? So you're sitting and eating the bread. Your family was like, I don't know what you're gonna have to do, but you can't come back to the motel. Boom. Coop.
right, yeah.
They say like, you left. We don't know what happened. You know, you seem to be doing fine. Or there's like, or the mom's a drug addict, so she's like, you fucking decided to run away. You did this to yourself. We gave you a bed. You were fine. And I just can't deal with you right now. So, I don't know. Call me later. We'll figure it out. And then she's like, I gotta go get it, blah, 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 and walks away, whatever. So your mom just like didn't hug you, didn't care. It's been a long time. She should have been worried sick, but it's obvious she does not care, and she's more focused on acquiring things for drugs. So something
I
else.
think we should add a character called Tommy, and Tommy's just like a big nerd.
Tommy the nerd?
Yeah, Tommy the nerd.
What did you say?
Yes.
Tommy can be your next door roommate in the program.
Yeah.
He's the guy in the bathroom. Tommy's like, I gotta pee.
Yeah. Tommy's the guy. Yeah.
But while you're at Walmart,
Hey,
was I like at the bus stop and I saw your mom yell at you?
There's like, I have a friend from school, and they want to know if they can be in the call.
It's up to you. This is your story.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with it. I was just asking for your permission. I mean, you're the big man upstairs.
This whole thing is for you, Boon. This is your story.
I'll make a different group chat. So the people here. Yeah.
All right. How are we liking the story, guys? I'll write it down. I'll put it in a Google Doc and then release it to people.
All right. Yeah.
And then maybe if we want to make a film or something, we'll get a camera. We'll mail the camera down to Boon, and him and his friend from school can record Boon and the guy. Boone's friend's name is Tommy. I keep forgetting Boone is 13 years old. I better not be the old coot here.
That's my friend, Tommy.
It's fucking Perry.
Hello.
It's Perry and Invincible. What up, Invincible?
What's up?
Well, Tommy once wrote a gay story about like gay people, and it's very similar to this. there was like didn't there was something about like a gray box? Wasn't there like a guy trapped in a gray box or something like that?
I have no idea. Wait, what's the story? Wait, I need to know the story so far.
You want to retell it? You want to retell it to Tommy, Casey? We've got a lot, so we can tell different chunks.
So we have. It's a TV show.
Tell it, like, the beginning,
So it's, yeah, I got it. This is my calling. This is what I can do. Listen, I can not shut up for hours. So we have. It's episode 1. It's a guy. It's me. I've got long hair. I'm in homeless clothes, so like a battered jacket and shitty boots, and I'm limping, basically like waddling very slowly with all my stuff, trudging through the outskirts of a city. And a storm had just passed, so the ground is really wet, the atmosphere is really damp, but the sort of clouds have split up a little bit, so you can see the night sky through the clouds. And it's just like dim lit, poorly managed city lights, like a poor area of outside of a city. And I'm walking in a straight line, just a really long straight line with all these buildings. And then two teenagers come out that are a little bit shorter than me. And I mean, they might be like, I've got like this little chub going on. They might be like put together like regular kids. So like athletic, active, and they have Irish accents. And they've got blackthorn canes, which in Ireland is like blackthorn is this really tough wood that people make canes out of, and it's got thorns. So they're trying to be hood. They're trying to press me and be like, run your pockets. But in Irish accent, like, run your pockets, what you got in there? We want your bag. And I go like, get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Get the, and then I third get the fuck away. Suddenly they get pressed against the wall, like, whoa! They're stuck against the wall. Thorns dropped. They feel like I have some type of superhuman strength. They're panicking. They don't know what to do. I'm just like staring them down, like wide-eyed, staring them down like a monster. Full like eyes in their face, just like. And then in one move, and then I walk away. And then they're panicking still. They don't know what to do. They're like scared. And then they look down and realize they're still pressed against the wall, but I'm gone. And they look down and see that the thorns of their cane had been stripped off, and the thorns were pressing them against the wall. And then I snap, as I'm walking away, a shot of me snapping my fingers, and then the thorns in a poof, in flames, and then there's holes in the shirts where the thorns were pressing against their skin and bleeding. And then they run off, and then I keep trudging, and then a couple more shots of how long I actually walked. I walked a long way, and then we get to this like another set of apartment buildings, like sort of small, sort of big, brick, so old, like an old neighborhood. And in the alley, there's a very small, tight alleyway between these two buildings on my right as I'm walking in. And there's a party going on in one of the buildings right in front of me. And the lights are going green and purple and blue. And they're playing like house music.
It's like they're on the mushroom pathway, like the psilocybin. You know what you're talking about earlier. You and Westy.
Yeah,
Am I retarded?
they're on drugs. Is that what you're saying? They're on drugs.
Yeah,
And then there's a girl on the balcony of the apartment building, and she's just right above me, like second floor, third floor. And the apartment building isn't big, so it's just like a sort of brickish townhome, maybe like 3 or 4 floors. And she's like cackling, that's so funny, like talking in an English, like a regular American accent, but like the kind of crackheady vibes where she's like LMAO, I'm dead.
I'm gay.
I'm dead.
Oh.
That's not my business, Boon.
Get out of here, Casey.
So she looks down and sees me, and she goes, why don't you get a fucking job, junkie? And then she goes back to like, girl, no. And then in this big, giant fallen tree in the alleyway, covering the alleyway, so it looks like you can't even get in there because the tree is fallen. I move just a little bit of one root, and then I can squeeze in, get into the tree. Camera's on the other side. I get into my little alcove. And it's an alleyway that's completely blocked off. So it's like my own little personal place. And it's nighttime, the storm, so it's wet. I have like a little cot inside that fallen tree, under the tree, so that the rain blocks out. And I have like a tarp inside the tree to block the rain, and just like a little cot. And I hang my coat up on a root that's sticking out inside there. I sit down on the cot like, ugh. I light a little fire. I put my chicken on some like scrap metal that I put as like a grill top, and I'm cooking one chicken breast that I pulled out of a baggie in my jacket pocket. So I pull out one chicken breast from a baggie and I'm cooking it, and then I have to take my boots off. I peel my boots off, peel my socks off, and I've got horrible blisters, and it's disgusting and it hurts, and I'm just like, the whole time I'm like slapping the water and trying to rub the water from the ground puddles into the blisters and put it down. I turn the chicken over, I do the other sock, and then party still going on. Maybe the girl says something like, I just got a call, someone's in jail. There's like some problem she's got going on, and I'm trying not to listen to it. And then I look up and a badger walks out in front of me. So it's just under the light outside of the tree area in the little alcove in the alleyway, and a badger walks out, and the badger looks really beat up. It looks like torn, its muscles are torn, maybe it's got like an open wound, its fur is frazzled, whatever you call it, ruffled. And it's like at me, and then I immediately back, and the thing is like, what the fuck? So it freezes, and then it just stands there staring at me. No, not like sad or anything, just staring at me like it's never, we don't know what to do next. So there's like a really long pause, like, what are we gonna do? Is this badger, the badgers are fucking vicious, and this thing might have rabies, and I can't get out. I don't, my fucking feet, bro, I can't get up. I'm gonna have to kick it or something. So I rip half the chicken breast apart, and I toss it, and I whip it, and it lands right in front of his face. So the badger starts eating and looking at me, and then the girl screams, and then the badger takes the thing and runs off as I was trying to sit there with it, like, oh, I have a friend. But then the girl that called me a junkie screams about something, and it runs off. So I'm like, and then she's like crying that no one will give her money because she needs help paying bail, or she needs help paying rent.
They're not even, they're muted. They're not even doing this. Let's go back to the, they're not, I mean, we can just stay here, but that was stupid. I don't know why they wanted me to invite them to the call, but they're not going to say anything.
I was talking.
I know, but they were muted. You gonna have them back?
I mean, it's up to him.
You want them back?
I don't give a fuck, man. I'm gonna.
I ask if they want it back.
Oh. I don't know how he felt.
Fuck yeah, I was very angry. I felt like it was very disrespectful.
Oh, when he mutes, does that mean he's like doing something else? He's not even listening?
No. I assume that's what it meant, but he's saying he was listening. I'll add him back. Go ahead.
Who's here? Who's Chips?
What?
Who's Chips?
I don't know what that means.
Who's Chips?
What chips?
Who's Chips?
Join!
Okay, thank you, Robbie, for $20. Loca with the 20 gifted.
Who gifted? Did someone actually gift to you?
Someone sent me 20.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? I don't know how to thank them. I keep all their names in a notes, so that when I win the lottery, I'll give them 10 times what they gave me, and that's how I make up for it. I figure I am providing value. You got to see a show. Every day it's like, what the fuck is Casey gonna scream about next? Is Tommy here?
No, they're here, but they're not joining. I don't know what the problem is.
Tommy don't give a fuck.
Very frustrating person. That's why I said we should make a character called Tommy the Nerd.
I thought Tommy sounded like a woman.
Tommy is a woman. Tommy's trans.
That's
We're
a
moving.
that's a
Let's go back to the.
that's a
Go back to
tough
the other one.
yeah, that's a tough thing to unpack. I don't
You don't like trans?
I don't know. I like Adelaide in the Brattleboro chat, who goes by Cyrus, and has the strongest fucking jawline on any woman I've ever seen. And I can't tell if I can't tell it. Yeah, I think Adelaide became.
Another call. Another call in the Larry Westy and Casey O'Brien.
Okay, join the other.
And maybe. Yeah, and let's see if West will come back, because I bet West would like the story.
Okay. All right, we're going to the next call. We're just hanging out, man. None of them are active.
I hope one of them joins. Maybe.
I'm gonna tell the story again, guys. If they show up, I'm gonna tell the story again.
Yeah, I don't think they're coming.
Fuck them. Bunch of wimps.
Well, this would be quicker. Are you being serious, Casey?
What? That they're wimps?
You really?
Fuck them, they're wimps? Yeah. Okay, so you're outside Walmart and your parents do not even register that you suffered or register that they should have cared about you. Your mom is so preoccupied with some addictive thing and some like crazy thing in her stupid own world that she can't even recognize that you exist, basically. And she just gives you like a half-assed answer that's completely out of touch. So maybe we'll throw in that there's heroin needles in the motel room before you leave. She's a heroin addict, and she has problems. Just show like, yeah, you should have been taken. So,
Yeah, like it.
do I sit down? So I was gonna get on the bus, but I saw what happened. Or am I like?
You come and free. You come and take me along with you.
I mean, what would I do in this situation if I turned around and saw that, and saw your mom freaking out and say, "Don't come home," blah blah blah. I would be like,
We'll ship you away.
I would be like, hey, maybe I also see you steal the bread. So I already know that you stole the bread. So I say like, hey, you're just like sitting there and you don't know what to do. You're tired. You've been outside for weeks. You're kind of out of your mind. So it's just surreal what happened with your mom. It's just surreal. It doesn't even feel real. Because that's like so far from a parent and love. And you're just sitting there. And how about maybe I come out of the Walmart after I saw you steal it. And I come and be like, what's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Just chilling. I saw you steal the bread. I got fucking, look at this. And I pull out some lemon cookies.
Oh, yum.
You don't fucking say, ooh, yum.
Is that what I said?
You know, ooh, yum. Ooh. Ooh, yum.
It's just like that.
Ooh, yum. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'll see you later. Have a good one. I'm gonna go hang out with your cool mom. Your mom. Oh. But yeah, I give you some cookies. And I go, yeah, I saw you steal the bread, man. Check out what I got. And I pull out the cookies. Hey, we got a place to stay tonight? No, I don't say that. I say, because that would be weird. I give you the cookies, and I say, yeah, how about just say, hey, I gotta catch the bus. Do you hang out at the skate park?
Yeah. Where Westy is, yeah.
Who's Westy?
You know who Westy is.
No, I'm asking you in the story, man.
Well, if Westy ever hears this, we'll put him in it, but I don't know. Westy, I'm just saying the skate park that West.
So I see you steal bread. I come outside and I say like, hey, I saw you got, or maybe it's not even me. Maybe it's just a homeless person, because that seems more like maybe someone like the guy that's housekeeper here, just like a random homeless guy. Maybe I'm in it, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm revealed later. Either way, I want it to be a homeless dude that comes out and has seen you steal. When you were in there, he saw you steal because he was in there stealing. And when he comes out, he just asks like, "Hey, you okay? What's up, man? How you doing?" He's like, "I saw you steal the bread." And then he gives you the lemon cookies, and he's like, "Do you hang out at this?" Maybe he's a black guy. You go, "Do you hang out at the skate park?" Because this is actual interactions that I've had in my life. So I'd say it's like a street dude, person of color. This was back in the day, so tensions were really weird. So he comes up and goes, "I got these. Check these out." And he gives you like a handful and shit. And he goes, Do you go to the skate park?"
Like,
Kinda? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he gives you his name and he says, "Yeah, I'm around, you'll see me.
Okay.
Have a good day." And he waves like, "Have a good day."
Boy.
And then
You too, sir.
that's an man, we've already won an Emmy. I'm just telling you. I've already got an Emmy here. Just with the guy coming out to give the kid that stole, and the person is a person of color. So it's kind of weird. And the interaction is completely different than how everybody treated you, including your mother. And then I just fully got a whole different culture in here. When he goes, "Have you been to the skate park?" "Oh, okay. Well, you'll see me around, man. Have a great day." And he walks away. And then
And he goes,
yeah, because he was just trying to give you something that he's. Everybody knows, like the audience knows, he stole the cookies for you. So he gave you some cookies. He didn't have to, and he did it on camera. So everyone saw him just pull the cookies out of his pocket to give it to you.
what a gentleman.
Right? And because he's trying to. You're a homeless kid, and he is a black man in America. So
Black man.
yeah. So he goes. He tells you, "Do you go to the skate park?" Because he wants to see if you're making friends. He's trying to give you a location in your mind to put in your head to go to next. If you're lost, you can find people like you at the skate park. And then
He's just a little sweetheart.
And then you said yeah. So it's like, oh, okay. Because if you said no, but you said yes, which means that you're telling him, yeah, I do have friends. I do have people around. I do go to the skate park and do activities. I'm a skater. And you said it like, yeah, and not like, yeah, you know what I mean? Of course. You were in the polite child vibe. So he said, okay. And then he leaves. And you're alone again. And somehow we have to get you to Ireland.
Oh, Casey.
What?
How are we gonna get me to Ireland?
I figure your grandpa's there. So your mom says, maybe go stay with your grandpa. Or she says something like, call your grandpa. Your passport.
Your grandpa? A vineyard?
Say, call your grandpa. your passport's in the front pocket of your bag. I know you didn't, like your mom said, maybe your mom knows. So she is like a mom for a little bit. Where she goes, you have your backpack, right? And you go, or she goes, do you still have your backpack? And you're like, yeah. And she goes, your passport is in your bag. Call your grandpa and tell him that I kicked you out. And he will buy you a ticket and go to Ireland.
Woo.
So then you're in Ireland. How about that?
I mean, I can't.
Okay. So then the flashback ends. So you just spent like an hour and a half, not in the show's time, but that was the quiet time you spent remembering in the shift change. So you're back in. Do we want to split that? Do we want to split that up? Your backstory? Do we want to split that time up into multiple episodes of flashbacks of you going through your past about homelessness and how you got to Ireland? Or do you just want to leave it and shorten that and then keep going?
I gotta go. I have to go take a shower, Casey.
All right.
I'll be as quick as possible. I'll be back to call. Just let you know, March.
All right.
So are we you gonna leave or just...
I don't care. Okay. That's a long ass flashback. But I like it. Because we have established Casey with the animal and the superhuman ability. And then we have Boon. So it seems like this is about Boon so far. It's about Cooper. It's Cooper's story. Which is how I want it to be, actually. That's why I had him here. And we'll make it. I'll make an animated series of it. Swear to God. Somehow. So then we have Boon's in the program. Casey is there with the girl who revealed to be horrible, even though her life seems better than his. She's living in a cartoon delusion of society, and Casey is not, with the animals. And then Boon has been taken from his parents and put into an institution somehow after he ran away from a horrible family life. And then, okay, how about thank you God, the Walmart manager calls DCF after the homeless guy gives him the lemon Oreo cookies, and he's sitting out there with the bread. Someone called DCF, someone called the police. And the police show up, and then there's an instance with the mom, and the mom gets arrested, and they put him in the institution after it's revealed that his grandfather lives in Ireland. Then he's in the institution. So we could have a scene with him in DCF and them having to figure out how to get to Ireland. And then just talking about life, like DCF is like, yeah, that just is the way it is. You don't want to be in America. You'd rather be with your grandfather, right? Like, well, he's agreed to take you, so he's also agreed to buy a ticket. You have a passport. So with other kids, we would have put you in a program and tried to find you a foster home, but you're one of the lucky ones. And sorry that your home life is this way. Then he slams the door for no reason. The cop slams it and then stomps away the way that cops do, to show like maybe he had a little bit of empathy, but not really. It's part of his job, so he just slams it and leaves. And then Boon zooms out of the flashback. Or that maybe Boon is in the car driving to the airport. and then the flashback ends. And that's why his family didn't show up. Because they're supposed to be there visiting. They said they had it scheduled that they were going to catch a flight and come. But they don't. Boon's taking a shower. Yeah, for what? I like it. turtling is one of the only skills I remember from being in DCF at the program. That was a real Meredith, I think. Was her name Meredith? She had a southern accent. I don't remember her name. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel like eating, which is new. Tomorrow's Monday. My show is way better than whatever I'm watching right now.
Hey, Jack. Ben? Hey, guys. These are my friends. Some colleagues. This is Sylvia. And Isaac.
It's supposed to be a Marvel movie.
Jack, that's Superman. Jack, that's Superman.
Jack, that's really funny, Jack.
No,
Definitely not
he
Superman.
is Superman. I saw him on TV. He was in London fighting a monster. And you were with the cape and you were shooting laser beams out of your eyes.
I don't need a cape.
Oh.
Okay, well, we should just go inside, right? Wanna play park? Is that where you go right now? Because, you told me once. You got it, Jack? There you go.
Must be X-Men.
Show me how to play.
Yeah, it's Eternals. We're already 2 hours into the movie.
Incredibly natural, guys. So, after all these years, even you fell for Ajax's lies. It all makes sense why she wouldn't let us interfere with human conflicts. Conflicts lead to war, and war actually leads to advancement in life-saving technology and medicine. So our mission was never to make a peaceful, harmonious world, but to increase the population at all costs. Just farming humans as food for the Celestials, right? It's bleak. Well, so is telling you.
Farming humans is food for the Celestials.
I got lucky. Okay. I have a family now. They give me faith again. And I see the good in humanity in them every single day. So look, I cannot help you. I'm never leaving. I'm sorry, Cersei. It was wrong for me to use my powers without thinking about the consequences in the first place. So now I choose to use my hands to fix my child's bicycle, okay? Do you? I don't use my powers anymore. Are you sure? What the hell is wrong with you? My child is right down the hallway. I just think someone's been using this purpose. Oh my god. I pray you think we can fix it. Well, what is this even made of? Vibranium? Fall collection. IKEA. Ass. How do you even deal with this guy for over 5,000 years? If you speak really right, it's right for the deviants to dinner. Nothing like waiting for the end of the world.
There's a point.
No, I'm sorry. You can't just show up in my life and expect me to go with you. I'm not going to do that. You want me to go? You know what my mom would say to you right now, right? How's your dad left the cafe? Tell me to show that. He's a chronic procrastinator. I'm not leaving too. No way. I'm not happy about it. I think there's a chance for us to watch Jack.
I don't feel welcome or safe in the motel anymore. I feel out of place. I don't know what to do now. No, the dude's cringe. Cringe. But those are some pretty cool scenes. Hmm. Boon's in taking a shower or something.
Foreboding atmosphere fills the air. Eerie stillness chokes our lungs. What are you doing? You know you're creeping us out. You know that, right? Oh, God. Chip. It's just chips. As you can see, being an eternal does not preclude you from having human emotions, such as cowardice. What has she done? Sarcophagus in my lap. This is Makari, or should I say, Miss Havisham. None of us has seen her for centuries.
Ebony Blade. Arthur always didn't have a crush on you.
That and the world is ending. Have you seen my mind? DVD. It's all about speed. You know what you need? You know what that is? It's like a. You might just realize that if you don't know what an iPad is, there's almost. So, how did you end up scoring this? And I'll tell you, beautiful, beautiful bag. I'm sorry, what are we watching? Because this is YouTube now. Okay, get ready for it. Bracelets? You made us bracelets? So here's a little Celestial 101. Celestials are the most powerful energy generators in the universe. Where she made us, he imbued us with infinite cosmic energy to keep our bodies regenerating. The bracelets, in theory, shut down our regeneration process. Once that happens, our bodies accumulate extra cosmic energy. What for? Well, the deviants can absorb our energy. What if we can absorb each other's energy as well? If I could find a way to connect us all, one of us could become immensely powerful, pulling the accumulated energy from the rest. Forming unimind. Unity. brainstorm. That's a win. No, I invented it, so I'm calling it whatever I want.
We find humans a new home on another planet. Are we building a big ship too? Take care of each animal?
Well, you know what's never saved the planet? Your sarcasm.
Space colonization could take decades. It can happen quickly without help.
What if we end up accidentally killing humans? We could be responsible for billions of lives.
It's a movie about aliens that are harvesting humanity, and they imbued a couple of them with immortality to keep it going, and now the world is ending, so the group of people that are immortal are now working together to save humanity by bringing them to space because the world is dying.
Seriously, shoot this.
Forget who Ajax chose. You're the strongest. You should be making this decision. Fine. Just keep lying to yourself.
That's right. Okay, this is not.
Hey, Torres, one after him. Kingo, you guys. Hey, don't sweat it. Sprite's not this cranky. I used to be younger, but even when she wasn't there.
I'm okay, Kingo.
If you think we should do this, I trust you. I'll go farm you and like I always have.
What did you say?
I will follow you to the end like I always have.
What did you think, Kevin?
This is where we fight.
I just made it worse.
With the new Ultimate Hut Bundle, free here, Ultimate Pizza Hut Pizza. I got beef burger and double pepperoni. Right? We got double pep. I get double pep. Dude, Bundle Bros. Bundle Bros. Bundle Bros. Feel yours starting at $24.99. No one outpaces the Hut.
Hey, Sweaty. Sweetie. You good?
I could Locust sent me 20. I could spend it on pizza.
That's so fast.
Because if I'm gonna get kicked out tomorrow, I could have one good night.
Car insurance and he'll look after you too.
Yeah, with flexible payment options.
Okay, but why is Shaq coming too?
To show you how it's done.
For a great low rate, go with the General. Introducing Allison's Flat Psoriasis. Treatments for flaky gray patches for all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. Otezla can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over.
What the fuck do I do?
Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis.
I'm not getting any younger.
Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Severe
In 5 years
depression, suicidal thoughts, or
and 4 years and 9 months, I'll be 30.
and if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts.
With clear skin, girls stay
I'm closer to 30 than I am to 20.
live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla. You know what's in original Tropicana Pure Premium OJ? Only orange juice. Squeezed at the perfect moment. That's it. No added sugar, just lots of delicious. Because delicious OJ is kind of activated. Tropicana Pure Premium. Outback Steakhouse has a 3-course meal called the Aussie Aussie Aussie. With soup or salad, your choice of select entrees, and cheesecake for dessert. Three courses starting at $14.99 at Outback for a limited time.
I'm supposed to be adventuring or something. I guess I just gotta trust God. don't think Boone's coming back. He's still in the chat. He's still muted.
It's easy. No ID required, no activation. Visit a store, go online or call. Only at Metro. The darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like I was losing interest in the things I love. Then I found a chance to let in the light. Discover Capilita. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Capilita is proven to deliver significant symptom relief.
It's going to snow all night tonight.
And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk.
It's going to snow until 6. And then it looks like that's going to be it's the last snowstorm until probably going to be the last snowstorm. It's going to be 60 degrees on Tuesday, and then it goes back down to 27 and then back up to 60. So spring is here.
Panera's packed flavor bagel just got stacked with even more for just $7.99. Meet our new Asiago bagel stacks. Choose from the chicken Roma, grilled chicken and green goddess dressing, the spicy steak, or zesty Tuscan. Only $7.99 each, and only at Panera for a limited time. Mrs. Garcia, how do you balance it all? Inner school counselor and school homeowner. A mother of 2 and grad student. You're an angel. At National University, we see the whole you. That's why we're dedicated to your professional growth through faculty mentorships and career support, so you can focus on what matters most. National University, supporting the whole you.
Burger King has a deal for all. $5 duo is his hunger's call. $7 trio, more options for y'all. Which one will you choose? Having your way.
Why is Rick so good? So annoying.
Buttery, salty show-offs.
I love them.
Is that a smile?
This is a salty club.
Salty. You're gonna get us kicked out.
So?
It's buttered and loved by everyone, even the saltiest. Seasoning and send money quickly. That's convenience for Chase.
With Stitch Fix, so easy. You select sizing, your style. I get to set my own budget. Free shipping and returns. There is no subscription required. I'm obsessed. I feel good. I feel confident. Stitch Fix. Online personal styling for everyone.
Jeff Owens was an Olympic legend in track and field, but he couldn't outrun lung cancer. It killed him at age 66. My grandfather died too young, and Black Americans are still at higher risk than others for getting lung cancer at a younger age. Plus, the cancer is likely to be more advanced by the time it's detected. Find out if you're at risk. For more information, go to this website and ask your healthcare provider how you can win the race against lung cancer.
How long do we have? Completed our mission.
Where is she?
London. She's a big life now.
I'm sure she needs to.
If we're going back to her, if I didn't have told her the truth, she would have suffered. Knowing this world she loves would end one day.
Because we have to give her the truth.
Why?
Because together we might be able to stop the emergency.
To stop the emergence.
Listen,
Big Jack, I know it's hard at the end.
I have followed Arjun for millions of years, and I have never doubted you. Until now.
But why now? Why now?
5 years ago, Thanos erased half of the population of the universe. delay the emergency. The people of this planet brought everyone back the snap of a finger. You know, after I let you all go, I traveled the world living among them. I have seen them fight, lie, and kill, but I have also seen them laugh and love. I've seen them create and dream. This planet and these people have changed me. The cost of Ocean's design, it's not worth it. Not this time.
I trust you, I do. I'll follow you to the end. As I always have.
Thank you. We have to bring everyone back together.
Something I have to show you first.
I'm gonna end it here and start back up when Boon comes back. LIMUU EMUUU. I don't want tomorrow to come. I don't want to know what's gonna happen. I don't want Ken to fucking bitch at me.